Just find the right place in the program, make the appropriate change, and we'll run the whole thing again.
Speech is still very complicated. Music is simpler.
Is that a question?
Yes.
The question is futile.
My interpretation of the data leaves little room for error. The art of leadership is delegation. That information is not available. This constitutes all available data.
You know what they say, no good deed goes unpunished.
Good morning. How are we doing? You're okay? After yesterday's fiasco, like with the LED indicator being a button, and I'd forgotten the way I'd done it, so made it almost impossible to do, so I decided to reverse it and put it on a separate button. Anyway, so that's where I was trying to make it interact till it used the space there that we're already using. So anyway, I ended up splitting it here. So this is actually a button that you can click on the send or the on and it'll toggle it. Okay, so what we're going to be doing today then is getting this band width, or the span, translated into the size that this scans, which sort of already does, and we need to get this to stop there on all the different spans. Sometimes it goes past. Then we need to actually, we've got a scan on here, a scope band, I forget what they call it on here, scope. So that text needs changing to scope for a start, and what it does, if you go a period of idleness, it'll just do a scope. So if you're not interacting with it, I'll just do a scope every so often. And if you are working on it, it won't, but you can force one by pressing that. Very similar to the button on the original FT891. I had a gentleman again asking me if the FT891S is a new radio. I don't know whether he's taking the mickey or what, because he thinks this is a new model. I suppose because it looks similar. I don't know. Same chap asked a similar question in the past. But anyway, I explained what it was in layman's terms. Didn't mean to sound condescending, but if you ask the question, you must need some help with the answer. So anyway, so that's what we're going to be doing today. So this item here that scans across. Now I thought about going up and down and up and down, but really it's just going to go across. But you might not want to see that in its entirety once we get going, so you might have to make the opacity lower, otherwise it'll take your eye away. It's just an indicator to which is being scanned at that point in time, like for diagnostics, but we might as well keep it there anyway. So we want the sprite to appear in this section, so as it's scanning it'll display a sprite. Now it depends whether we scan first, then put the sprite up. So it'll either scan and then it'll go and draw the sprites, but it probably could draw it quick anyway. We'll try it both ways. So that's where we're at now. So there's no messing about with button today. This actually, we're going to try to see if we can get this. So at the minute, I've got this sprite here that is just the width coming down in time. So we're going to work out how we're going to generate the field. Now I think we can either try and draw it and then scroll this down. That's an idea. That's probably the least amount of labour on the CPU. or what do they call it, workload. So we'll probably animate it down like this. So the trick is, how do we, once we're animating it down, so tell you what, if we physically draw a line, then drop it a pixel, draw a line and drop a pixel as we're scanning, that's probably not the best idea. Plus we need a base level. This is our base level. So let me just check we've got some audio. Plus we need a base. Yeah, we've got audio. So the base level will, this is where this, that's like our event horizon. So they'll have a barcode, a sprite appear here. Now it'll be the bandwidth will be based on the scale. So we'll have a sprite width based on the scale we're at. So we're guessing that when there's some signal strength, there's going to be some bandwidth on it. Although that might not necessarily be true because of CW, and that's quite narrow, isn't it? So in that case, we'll probably have to stick to a bar. So it's going to end up looking something like this. But once it gets to this point here, the below section, that'll be, the bar will be the active section here, and the below section, it's also just going to show a bar, so it's of no use really. So what we'll do then, somehow, I don't know how we're going to do this, we'll just have some width on it in the bandwidth, but based on its actual signal strength at the time. Now because the signal strength is on the active bar, we'll need to remember the signal strength, or not. No, we won't, because we'll move the signal strength from the active section to the history section, but we'll put it sideways. That's it. So we pinpoint it like that, and then we put it sideways. Yes, that's a weird idea, but what we'll do is, because the height, we'll have the height of the signal strength, but we'll have to translate it to the width based on, so we'll turn it round, we'll know what the maximum height is, the minimum height. So if we say we're half the signal strength of what is possible, then we turn it on its side, and as we turn it on its side, the line width will adopt the typical area. Well, we'll translate it into a bandwidth based on whichever span we're in. So you'll see a thin line coming up, then you'll see underneath it the width, and as they talk, as they modulate, the width will change. So it'll be like an activity thing. So anyway, I think that's probably all we could do with this. So let's get back over to the code, and I'll quickly show you what we've got going on the real one. So and then we'll add these bits if I can remember what I've just said. Yeah. So bar going up and down, signal strength. Then when it hits this line, it turns it on its side. So now I did want initially a brow of the waterfall. So it would be nice if it could translate it round, rotate it in a split second on its side and place it there. Now obviously these are going to have to, the new one's going to come up, and then it's going to have to move it down a pixel. So it grows it down like that, and when it gets to the end it takes it out of the system. So it might be necessary to know, we need to store, do we need to store this or just draw it? We can't interact with it after we've drawn it, So we don't want to necessarily, and we could put the ability to click around here. Yeah. So I forgot about that. On the real scope, if I touch it, it brings it in. Yeah. So I need to be able to click on here as well in its section, and it takes you to that section of the band, centers it on this particular setting. So there's that to do, but at the minute I'll be happy to get this. So we can do this. So we're picking up the receive at the minute. We've got this sprite going on, but it's not doing what we want. So we've got to modify this. It's actually on its width now. So we need to do the upright one, and then do its width. But then when we change the span, the width should change with it. Sort of, yeah. So I've got to work out how we're going to do the memory on it. Is it got memory, or are we just drawing on a graphic?
Roger, Roger, Kevin. Thanks for hooking me up. Hope to catch you soon again on the dance. Good works, my friend, and good night to you, and happy Sunday to come out. 73's Whiskey 3, Quebec Delta, Oscar Echo 9, Mike Oscar November. Thank you.
Thank you. So,
Auf Wiederhören, bye-bye.
right, let's try and get this in. So this area will be temporary. So it needs to be drawn, and it needs to be moved on its side, lower down. So how am I going to actually draw it? So yeah, we need to draw the upright, and then when it gets to here, put it on its side. Yeah, because it'll be drawing the next one. But we need something to show what the last one was. So what we're doing now, so at the minute it's starting from the top. Let's bring the real one up. Let's bring the real one up. Just remove the thumbnail. So we've got the real one. Let's put the antenna on it. I'll just switch the antenna over. So here's the real one. Now it's drawing from the top down, but what it should be doing is keep drawing the current one over top, just to that line, upright, and then it put it on its side. So on the last one I created this, I tried to get that to do the button. Now this one does the button, so we can turn it on and off from there. You still drag, and you can't drag from here. That's the toggle switch. You can do a sweep, and as it sweeps, it turns off the send, so it stops all outgoing loop activity, apart from sending the cat command to the radio for the frequency and reading the signal strength. That's what it needs off the signal. So so the width is high there now, so that width has got to be adjustable depending on the span, so we've got that to do. And once that gets to the end, what we want to do is put it back to the start, really. Yeah, need to put it back to the start, but I think we need to sort out the sprite first. So I've got to work out, instead of having this width at the top, it's got to go upright. But then I think we'll get to do that, and we'll work out the bit. I've got to work out the system out. So we either maintain a memory, a backplane, and we draw on it, but it needs to be actively drawn upon, so it's showing trailing timeline, and we're clearing it and we're going to the top. We don't want to be clearing that. We have to do this in 2 sections. So, morning Andy, how are you mate? He always gets up early, Andy does. Andy always gets up early. You okay mate? You alright? Yeah, I'm alright today. It's cold. A bit cold today. Don't know what's going on. Yeah, so we're actually getting round to the band scope side of it now. Yeah, get round to the band scope. Sorted the packet system, or the cat command system out. Sorted that out. It's a bit of a hybrid. It's a bit of a hybrid on the way I wanted to implement it, and there's a nod to Mark's code as well in there. Similar stuff. It's AI, ChatGPT and Gemini. But I've got a structure that works now, and it's a single liner, and it's got overload for 3 different ways of doing stuff. So we can ask the radio for a setting, and it'll send one back. So then we can receive that setting, and then we can send a setting with a value back to it. Yeah, so we've got 3 different ways, both called the same thing, and it uses the same code, so you don't have to redo code. So, and we can alter the wait time on it every time it sends one, and there's no lag. I made one that it was collecting all the packets to be transmitted and then putting them in a queue, but as soon as you do that, there was a lag, so we don't want the lag, so we've gone back to that other way of doing it. So I'm going to go straight into the waterfall menu, I think. Yeah, let's do that first. So let's get on to, will it scan the whole band? Yeah, it'll scan the span, whatever span you're on. It'll span from the start of the span to the end of the span. And it can, yeah, so at the minute the span is set to like 50. So if you set it differently, like that, and you change it again to 10, that some of these, this stops in the wrong place, so I've got to make that better. See, that stopped over there. I've just got to tell it where the end is, really. It's quite a quick scan, isn't it? And it is actually moving the frequency. So I'm not sure. See, if you write down, sometimes I go to, on my Yaesu I go to 10. Don't really go to 5. I go to 10. So that'll give you, and most of the time I'm on 50. Now it's not collecting the channels, this is just a display thing. If you wanted to have a look, you'd have to go onto the scope. I've got this clicking nicely now. It was clicking before, and because the way I was fighting against the frequency coming back the other way, it wouldn't let me click. Not straight away, now it clicks straight away again. So I was trying to fix a problem before that wasn't actually there. So if I just click, it does it straight away, look. See, as I'm clicking. Because last time I was clicking it, but it was trying to bring back the old frequency. That's why I had to clean all that up. I was getting in a mess, but now it's working exactly how I want it. Anyway, let's get back to the... I've got to do them yet, the filters. Ooh, we got someone here. I was listening to him. Yeah, so I've got that. That's all.
Yeah, I'll take a look at that. Probably is on YouTube. So
Oh,
I'll take a look there. It happened in Brooklyn, MGM. Very good. Well, thanks a lot for the call. Well, and great to hear you. Didn't anything happen to Warner Brothers? Didn't they get bought by someone just the other day? Go ahead. Oh, that's very nice of him. Why would he do that?
yeah. Yeah, so at some point I've got to create a bracket to go on my cage to fit the FC50, the tuner. So that's going to be fun. Well, it might even be the same size. I haven't measured the old centres yet.
You know, you look at these guys being super.
Yeah, I've got to measure the whole. I think the whole centre's the same. I don't know, but we might not need the handles on it because there's no knobs to protect. So yeah, might make it look different. But it needs to be able to be sandwiched together. You can pick it up, you can move it around, chuck it on the back seat, chuck it in the boot, and it's not going to get any damage. You can't get any damage on it. Like, stick it on a table, stick it upright in the car well or on the dash. You know what I mean? Alright, right, let's crack on with this then. So yeah, I hope you're alright. I almost bought some more bits to make some more stuff, but I realised I hadn't got enough money.
you were kind of college mate or something?
Yeah, speculate to accumulate. It doesn't. It's just lose money anyway. So, well, I like to. Well, you know, I like to sell some more switches. Even though selling them at cost, that sounds crazy. I know, sounds crazy. But I'd rather get some out there. Sometimes to promote something, you get it out there, don't you?
Okay, I see. Oh, very
You get it out there.
So you did have an interesting what you were doing. Great, fantastic.
Right. So anyway,
Great story.
so this sprite is just drawing a sprite at the minute, a test sprite. So what I need to do is I need to draw one upright, similar to these,
See you later, Steve. Thank you so much.
similar to that.
For all the memories there. Whiskey Julia 2 Papa Montclair. OE6.
But then it needs to, once it's drawn it, it needs to move it down here. We'll forget about that for a minute. So first we'll draw it,
I didn't doubt it in the least.
and then take it away and redraw it.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye. Steve.
So in order to do that, how are we going to split the memory up?
Hi, Rob. How are you doing?
Try to work. I got to work it out and in mind how it's going to work. Now I could draw. See, if I draw, I could either draw them all the way across as I'm going. But at the minute, that's just drawing the frequency we're on. So it needs to draw the frequency we're on, but it also needs to do, when it does I need to change that button to scope. As it does a sweep like that, it needs to. Oh, I need to RF gain. It does that after switching it switches the RF gain off. Now I can't hear what they're saying. I can go back to the radio and do it. Yeah, right. So as it's drawing across, it needs to, whatever reading it picks up, is put a bar in there next to it. Now that's okay, because you might not always not want to do a sweep if you're talking, but you still want the signal strength. Actually, do you? Because you've got your signal strength there. But while you're scanning, that signal strength is disabled. You need to add a bit, so you make a yeah. Yeah, that's it, because it takes me a while to assemble it and solder it up and that. But really, if I did the exercise, didn't I? If I add the printing time and the electric and my build time, I'm at a loss. But the real price would have to be crazy. I think it was something like 70 quid each. But I mean, nobody would buy them for that price. So you got to work out whether you're providing a service or you're trying to make some money. It's nice to get some out there. I suppose what would be the thing to do is just make a load in your own spare time. I don't have any spare time. Just make a load, bit by bit, and build a stock up, and then maybe go to a rally. Go to a rally, and then maybe sell some at cost or near cost. But then you'd need to be there at the rally doing something else, like showing off something, like a bit of software, for instance, with a radio. So they do that with the computers, the old retro computers. They take all the old computers, set them up, and they run whatever they're interested in on the side. People walk around the Hamfest. They run around the Vintage Computer Fest. They run around, and everyone has a look at stuff, and they see what's going on. So we could have a cage on the show with a tuner. How would you show it though? There's no aerial on site, is there? So how would you get some test data into it? I suppose you'd have to set an aerial up indoor, a mag loop. We'd have to put a mag loop up indoor, little one of those Oscar Mike, Oscar Echo Tango, is that it? One of Paul's magnetic loops on the desk, and then you could show it working, and people could have a play with it off a computer screen or a laptop. So then you could sell, shift a few switches at near cost just to get the crowds over. I don't know. It seems like it's almost like something you give away, like you give them a gift. When you come to a store to have a look at something, you give them a gift. That's an idea, isn't it? It's an idea. Anyway, I wouldn't mind doing a rally, a stall on a rally. No idea how much it would cost. But the only reason it would be there really is just to demonstrate some of the stuff. Maybe I could show some of the stuff I made. You know what I mean? Like the cage. Print a few cages out. Print a few fan dipoles of madness. Rotators. All this stuff, people that look at it and go, oh, that's a weird looking thing. I don't know. Maybe put a little thing on, go to the YouTube channel, for more info and all that. Anyway, it's an idea. Right, let's crack on with this then. So, I've got to do it in stages. So the first thing I need to do is produce in between this area and this area, an upright bar of the signal strength, but it has to be scaled for this. So this scale, that's going to have to be full signal strength, and that's going to have to be, mind you, that's worked out on the level, isn't it? So you switch the level up and down, is that right? Yeah, so we've got a level on here. Start, stop, speed, span. So we don't have a knob for level, so we got a level there. There's level. Yeah. So we haven't got any interaction like we got on the watts yet, so we need to put that in. So if we're on that one, obviously this knob then becomes the level control. Yeah. And at the minute, when I click on that and go back to here, that should be the RF power like it says, but I'm not getting it to switch the RF power at the minute. I need to do that. So all these are great for setting. The idea on the FT710 was pretty good to share that knob. Yeah, so I like the idea of that. So the level could be done down here. Everything could be done down here, just like the 710. So you just click on it. And because you're on your mouse already, you haven't got to spin your dial. But you can spin your dial. Like I'm doing the thumb thumb spinner, the middle thumb wheel. There. Or I can't go like that, but I could easily put that in as well. So you click it to go off, click it to come on. So we do a span or a mag mount. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so I could take my mag mount, couldn't I? My triple mag mount will be on the car. Well, I'll probably have it on the car on the way. I don't know. So that could be put on something metal. Yeah, I don't know. Take some tin foil and roll it out on the desk or something. I don't know. Probably not a good idea. Anyway, or under the desk. Yeah, I don't know. Right, it's all good stuff, man. All a bit tidy. Right, so I think I need to put. Now I've got to work out. So if I go when I sweep, if I go from start, it actually puts them on the screen, the levels it's picking up. So it'll be like this, but sideways, with no frequency and no signal strength. But I've got to convert. I've got to work out the height of this, and then take the power or the signal strength and turn it in, translate it into this height, then draw the graphic, and as it goes along draw more, so you'll see. Let's do that, but I probably need to switch this off for a bit, this bit. Yeah, I need to switch that off for a bit, maybe. So that actually is creating a new one going down, isn't it? It's leaving the old one where it is. Well, that's what we need down here in the history part. But on here, we don't need that, so... right, and it also needs to change to the width. Yeah, so... and the upright ones need to change to the width as well. So whatever span we're on, we need to have an appropriate width for the active sprite, and the width, yeah, because it's gonna, even though the signal has a certain bandwidth, when you sample the signal strength, it's gonna you'll see the signal multiple times of signal strength as you get to the center point of the transmission. You'll see a peak and you'll see it drop, just like we see it here. It goes up and down just like that. We don't need so much of a gap on that one, so we could sort that out. But this data, it won't need to be, so it needs to be real data, but then it needs to be translated, and I want the waterfall. I told it we wanted to be a waterfall, so it would be nice if the upright one could animate round. I know it sounds crazy, but just, we'll make it appear down there, but we'll translate it. Yeah, so it comes off out of this screen into this bit crossways and down. So downward shows you a history of the signal strengths going away for the same frequency. Yeah, so you never know, it could do something okay. Now the biggest problem I got is I explain it to myself. I should write it down really when I'm recording it, but yeah, I can't play that back while I'm recording. So we got a lot to do, so I think I'll switch this one off for a minute. Let's switch that sweep going off a minute. So find the bit where it's doing the actual I've changed the cat. This is a new cat command. So that one, I've got the ability to send whatever we want based on the other one. Handle the threshold detection. Current pixel. So where does it create? Sets the canvas left. So where is it drawing a get the span hertz? So we're getting the span hertz already. Safeguard division equals 5,000. Oh yeah, so we're just setting the 50 kilohertz if for some reason it couldn't work out the span. So dynamic math, calculate the pixels step. So what I need, see, that's where I'm stopping the outgoing data loop. Now where am I drawing it? Canvas set left, canvas current position. Where's it getting that from? Somewhere I would have to create a new thing. I can't see it at the minute. No, it's starting the loop when it gets to the end. Oh, because we're not doing anything. Sorry. Yeah, that's part of the waterfall. So that's the sweep. It isn't actually drawing anything. So we'll get that to draw, but we need to turn off the other bit. Where is that coming from? It's not coming from there. So it's not part of this routine. So I've got to find it now. Where would that be? Right, that does it from the cat control outgoing loop. So the outgoing loop, when it's in... No, it's on the receive section, sorry. So when it receives... Excuse me. Oh god, my throat's gone groggy. I think I know why people drink whiskey now. They're just to clear their throats. They're sticky. Right, so when we're in main, here it is. We're doing the station scope. If not scanning, do the frequency. Set the frequency, but I still can't find where we're doing that. Set the frequency, no. So I can't see. Must be doing it. Is this the handle incoming data? So that's not the bit, is it? I don't know how I'm doing the width already. It's not waterfall. Oh, is it a station seek? Let's have a look at that. Is it part of this? No, I don't think it's part of this. This is to populate the scan stations. Found stands. No, none of that as well. Excuse me, it's none of that. Right, where have I hidden that? Spectrum scope. Sprite. Simulated waterfall. Right, so I've got a... Here we go. This is it. Right, let's have a look. So we've got this. Alright, simulated waterfall. There's the buttons. This is it. This is it. So we'll do a scroll bar based on change. Right, scroll the pointer. No, that's not it. And set the frequency. That needs to be set UI frequency at some point. So, right, I think that's where it was fighting with me. So that's the sweep. So what is this doing? Change the cursor position. Oh, that's something else. Get the span. Button selection. Right. That changes the span and the speed. Change the span frequency. Yeah. Okay, what else we got? Change the speed. Okay. Change the span length. Legends. Yeah. Right. Change the cursor position. Right. That's just your red and green cursors. Yeah. Change the span center frequency. Update the current frequency from the cursor. Alright, animate red cursor extension. Right, that's not it. Fade out border window. The border window. Oh yeah. So it must be at the top then. Where are you? Scroll, do a scroll based on this cursor, scroll the pointer. I can't see where it's creating a new, it must be, it's not there. So I wonder where I'm doing that. Change the speed, this is the initial setup. So this is handling all the other stuff, but it's not doing the actual. It's got to be in the I wonder if it's part of an old system. Update the meter. Right, it's part of the read meter, isn't it? Do transceiver mode main. I put this separately. Yeah, this is it. Right. So if it's an S meter, here it is. Yeah, so I moved it out into a separate function. So it was down here. Yeah, do transceiver mode main, because it was big. I moved it out, so that's why I couldn't find it. So here it is, the sprite. So it's updating the meter. Convert. Right, so it's then got the width, and it's generating a sprite with the width. So we need to turn that off a minute. So can we just turn that off by doing that? Probably. Yeah. So that should be now off. Let's just run it up again. So it should just be a sweeping action now. Oh, we still got it. How come it's still doing it? So am I reading S? Maybe I'm not reading S. That's weird. So the meter type. Oh, there it is, look. So, right, that is for a different, actually a different meter reading. I must have duplicated it, so I need to move this one out. Don't duplicate data, ever. Right, I didn't stick to my golden rule. Right, so now we should have, yeah, no waterfall. And that's what we want. So now what we want to do, as we're scanning, we need to populate this area with a signal strength. Now let's just do it. I mean, we're going to do it and it's just going to show you a height at the minute. So we need to know what that start height is. a center frequency. Right, let's try and do it. So it's not done from there this time, it's going to be done on this scan, the waterfall sweep. So what we can do is, as we're sweeping, we know where the current frequency is. So the frequency needs to be translated into a position on the screen, which it is because it's moving the caret across, the cursor across. Right, and there's the main function. Where's it drawing the... Where's it animating the old... Oh, canvas left. Right, so it's moving the canvas... No, that's not animating. Oh yeah, there it is. So it's moving the thing across. So there's our current position, is where we want to draw a rectangle. So what we'll do then, and we've got the canvas, and there's the current position. So what we want to do now is draw a canvas, set left on whichever canvas we're on. So we're moving it across, but we need to draw a new thing on it. So where do we draw it? As soon as we set left, I suppose. Yeah. No, it has to be after the meter reading has come back. Handle threshold detection here. No, we don't need threshold detection anymore, I don't think. Might do. So then it makes the pixel go to the next one. So somewhere here. So in here, I need to create a rectangle. So it'll be a new rectangle every time we create it. So rectangle R equals a new rectangle, and let's create in the thing. So we want the width, not that now. Don't have a width. Why not? Why doesn't rectangle have a width? Oh, doesn't know what the namespace. So we need to just put system control. Oh, we've got controls there. So isn't rectangle part of the control? The type the namespace could not be found. Okay. So maybe it's media. Let's put it in as media using system media. Is that it? No. Right, I can't remember what the base class of that rectangle is now. I thought it was system Windows controls. It is a control. Right, let's just ask the big brain, the big AI brain. We don't do ChatGPT anymore because it keeps reminding us about money. Right, so C# Windows presentation variation base class for a SAML rectangle control. Alright. Shapes. It's a shape. Okay. So we want Windows shapes. There we go. Right, so that'll allow me to put the rectangle in. Yeah, now it knows what a rectangle is. So now I need to do a width. I'm going to make the width temporarily equal, I don't know, let's say 3 pixels. Now the height is going to be the signal strength. So we need to take a reading off here. So we need main window, cat manager. So the height is going to be the main window, cat manager dot current. No, we're not reading current. Right, let's just have a quick look, see why we're not reading that. It's a radio state, and it's actually down here somewhere. Cat manager, current radio state, there it is. So it's the cat manager. So it's not. Oh, that is the cat manager. Cannot be accessed. Can't be accessed. Why not? Public static. Ah, it's static. That's why. So we don't put that in. We just go in. We don't put any of that in. We have to put FT cat manager directly. That is it. And we want the radio state. No, it's still not doing it. Oh, we're not included it. We've got to include it in the list. Yeah. So we've got to do using static Yasu from n dot cat. Where are you? It's not there. Don't know where it's gone. Serial port. Has it got current rig state? No. Don't know what's going on there. Hang on. Cat manager. Radio state. Current radio state. Okay. Let's try it. I don't. Oops. It's not letting me have that. Okay, maybe we don't need that then. Let's go down here and maybe it's just current radio state then. No. Okay, maybe it is cat manager then. That's a static, so but I've lost my concentration now. There's the variable. We're static. Yeah, so it should be just. Oh, yeah, I know. We need an underscore. So it is the cat manager. So let's find the cat manager class. So we've got. There it is, cat manager. Ah, so we need to do. Right, so we need to do main window, cat manager. Then it needs to be. Ah, there we go. Here it is. So we want to read the signal strength. Have we even got a signal strength on it? Must have, mustn't we? Oh, we're not using signal strength. We've got... Maybe we're not using it yet. Operating mode, current gain, active meter type, current meter reading. There we go. Current meter reading, there's the one. So we need dot current meter reading. Now it won't like that because it's an int. So what's it saying? Cannot access with an instance reference. Qualifying it with a name type instead. Okay, so I'll tell you what we'll do. Cut that out of there. So we'll create a double, and we'll call it width. No, it's not width, it's height, sorry. Height equals, and it needs to be converted. It's not liking this. Okay, so we don't need to access the radio state. Hang on, sorry, I forgot now I did it. So there's a class, so it's current meter reading. It's an int. So there's the main window. Oh, I passed the main window in. Yeah, there's main window. So I've got main window, cat manager, current read state, current meter reading. What's it saying? Qualify it with a name type instead. Cannot be accessed. Invalid expression. Right, okay, so it's a new rectangle. Height is, let's just say it's 1 for now. Right, so we've got this error here. So the height, all it should say it's cannot be accessed with an instance reference. Qualify it with a name, with a type name instead. Right, so we're here. There's the current radio state. It's static. Let me just have a look. Find all references. So that's that there. Frequency management. So, oh, we're accessing it with just that. So we don't need to include the rest of it. Fair play. So we don't need all that there. We can just reference it from that. Supposedly. If we include the if we include, hang on, the cat command. It's a static, so all we've got to do is include at the top using static G7 front end dot FT. No, it's not there. Where's it gone? So it's the cat. No. What is this? Hang on. Get stuck again. Public class. So it's, yeah, I can't access it from there. And it's this one, static. So I made it static and it caused it a bit of a trouble. So I need to pass in the window then, don't I? Yeah, let's just pass that in. Although it's using it there, look. So that should be, if I'm using it there already, I should be able to use it here. Current radio state. Yeah, why won't it let me get it? That's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. Why do I keep coming across weirdest thing I've ever seen? It cannot be accessed with an instant reference. Qualify it with a type name instead. A type name. Qualify it with a type name. Type name is a radio state. Right, maybe it wants to be cast. Let's cast it. I'll have to convert it. Tell you what, let's just convert it. Convert to a double. Let's see if it likes that. No, it doesn't like it. So it likes it there, but it doesn't like it down here because I made it a static. Right, qualify it with a type in. Well, right. So if I'll do what it says, no. Oh dear me. What's it saying now? It does not contain a definition. Alright, main window doesn't, but this does. But then it doesn't like it. Cannot be accessed with an instance reference. Qualify it with a type name instead. Show potential fixes. Hey. Oh, value. Right, wants the value. What value? Okay. So if I just put what it is, it wants to know that, does it? Don't know. No, this is not happening, is it? There's not a definition for a radio state, so I don't know. That's because it's a static, it doesn't like it. I've already read this thing before now. Let's find all references. I've already done this once. So there's one that I'm using it. Current radio frequency. Current radio state. And I'm not. Oh, that's in the cat command. Let's find it somewhere else. That's the same one. Same one. That's the same one. Stations seek. That's the same one. That's the same thing. Main window. No. Right, it's all referencing the same thing from the same class. So I haven't actually referenced it from anywhere else yet. So that's why it was working. These are just commands. Right, so we're actually doing it there. That's what we need. We need that and that bit there. That's what we need. That's what we're after. So we don't want radio state, we want that. Yes! Finally got it. That's weird because the cat command, cat manager, is not a static class. It's not a static class. It's got a static. Where is it? I didn't say it was a static class. But it's got a static member, so then you have to reference it like that, yeah. That's the problem with statics. Right, anyway, we got it there, so we're creating a... After God knows how long that took to get sorted out. Alright, so we've got the height. So we're creating the height, which is based on the signal strength. Now that's going to be too high. Needs to be converted and mapped to the actual height scale down. So we're going to have to go to the main window and try and work out the height of... I think it was 200 and something, wasn't it? So we need the real height of this area here. So let's get down to main waterfall, where we're drawing it. You've got your borders, text block, no. Pop-up window border, no, that's not it. Green cursor canvas. Right, so there'll be a waterfall canvas. Oh, is that the one? I think that's it. Let's just make that pink so we can find out if that's it. Yeah. Oh, that's the upright one. That's the upright one. So we've drawn the upright ones, and below it we should have the lines. Oh, that's another upright one. So there must be more. Must be one of these. Yeah. So that's the thing we're after, the section. So we need to know the height. So we need to go from the top one, 85, to the bottom one of 135. Yeah. So we got 85 to 135. Let's just put that in there temporarily. 85 to 135. Okay, so we've got to map the height. So the height of the scale active scope band, I'll call it a span scope. Height of the active span scope. It's not a band, it's a span. It could be a band, or it would be a band. No, it is a band. Band span scope. Right, so we've got to do a calculation with a calculator. So 135 minus 85, 50. So it's only 50. 50 pixels. Okay, so we've got to convert the width, the current meter reading. So we need to know what the max current meter reading is. Find all references. Okay, that's where we're putting a value in. And we need to convert it. We've got some get meter as integer, so we need to have a look at that. Integer. Right, so if it's less than 105, so we need the same thing, but to map it down a bit. So raw value down. Here we go. I'll give, this is an ideal one for a AI. Do you mind awfully making this function work with an input, so the same raw, work to scale the raw into a across too many C's, not enough S's. Across, we're going to make it go across 50. See what it means. So I haven't actually done it yet. Let me paste it in. Alright. Not at all. Let's get the scale exactly where you want it. Now the 50 is the height. It's going to stay that height forever. Math round. Okay. So here is a cleaned up, fully functional. Right, let's copy that. See if this will do it. We want another one here now. So let's do that, but we're going to call it get the S meter integer. It's a bit of a weird way of writing it. I'll say for band scope. Okay, we'll try it out. Go back to the sweep. So we need to just put it in here now. So that's no longer height, it's raw. I'm sure we don't need the double anymore. So we need to call that one, so we need to do that. How do we do that now? Alright, so main window dot get band scope, put in the raw value. What's it expecting? An int. So it's already an int, I think. Yeah, so we can put that straight into there. Oops. Straight into the function. We need to bring out the height is a double, so the double R, which is now height. Oops. Height equals, right, so we can get rid of this bit. So it's going to spit out, it's not spitting out a double, it's spitting out a static, an int. So we like to convert, yeah, we could just convert it back out or make that a double. Let's just say it's an int. Forget about the double. So what's it look like in cannot be accessed? Qualify it with a name type instead. Cannot be accessed. Out of static. We're back to that again. So we don't want main window, we want main window. That's it, it likes that. Right, so we've got the height coming out. We're saying it's a double. Let's just say it's an int. An int, integer. Okay, it hasn't complained, but really what it wants is a double. So really needs to be a double, so I'll just say convert to double, just so it doesn't complain too much. Why is it not? Oh, double. There we go. It's not complaining anymore. So we've got the height done. That's the signal strength being converted for the band scope to do 50 pixels height. It's not altogether too elegant. So we've got, now we're going to need the fill. What should we have it in? Should we have it red or something? So fill will be a new solid color brush. Colors dot, I don't know, what color should we have? Orange. Orange. So we've got a fill and a height. Now we've got to set left. We've got to tell it where we want it to go. So this is going to be so we created it. Now we can either do the rest here or in line. And I've got to just go for a quick intro. I'm back in a minute. Okay, back again. Right, so we've got nothing in the background being scanned. Right, we'll be ready to try something in a minute. So yeah, there's nothing on the radio. Tell you what, let's put the VHF UHF on. See if there's anyone
And QRM.
about.
It was halfway to my meter.
Right, so we need to tell it where we're going to put it. So we created a rectangle. We haven't added it anywhere. It's the right height, so we'll do the rest down here.
Positioned it right, and my S dropped down below about 5. But that was last year, so I've got the FT891S 1200 split between receive antenna and transmit. Little setting in there, and it's great. I disconnected all the radios when I went on the cruise, just as well because we had a thunderstorm here. Connected them up yesterday, and I got a guy in Belgium, probably about 500 k's from here, 600 k's maybe, and he was blasting through. And he says,
so
"Yeah, I've got you on a 5.9 plus, I think it was a black plus 5." He said, "What did you transmitting on?" I said, 20 watts.
Set
But, oh my
left.
God, he's pushing out 800 watts.
Alright. Yeah, so we're setting left, which is the canvas which we set in. I'm just trying to work out. So we're moving the canvas over. Have we got the original canvas? I don't know if we're passing in the original canvas here. Let's find out. No, it was passing in only the sweep yellow cursor canvas. So we also need to pass in the canvas that it's been. Yeah, we need the other canvas, which is one of these. Now, is it in a canvas? Let's have a look. No, hang on. Right hand stop indicator. No, we need to put this in a canvas. Although that's only the background, so no. We don't need to put it in that canvas, on it. So we need to create a new canvas down here. Ah, here's the waterfall canvas. I've already gone ahead and done it. So let me just see if that's the same height and width as the other one. So background pink. No, it's not quite the right one, is it? We're using that canvas. We could do with 2 canvases really. One, and it's slightly over a jar. Right, so what I want then is another canvas. It needs to be just here. Oh, we don't need all that stuff in
Well,
it.
good deal there, Ken. Well, let me ask you, man. What does it?
We don't
what
really
kind of
need
noise reduction are you getting
anything
when
in
you
it.
use your inline choke there? Over.
So we'll just make that the end of it, and it's going to be called the. It's not the waterfall. It's the band scope canvas. Let's get it to be exactly the right size. So
So it's pretty good. But I put Andreas in his video, I think we mentioned 10 1.
okay,
But I
the width is a bit too much.
To about 12. That's because I looked at another video by a gentleman called Walter and Stanton.
Alright, what's it doing? Oh, it's alright, I'm still seeing the one underneath it. Right, let's just make that invisible a minute. Right, okay. Okay, now the height is wrong.
More winding, the better.
The height, we know it's 50 mil, 50 pixels,
Anyway, I'll put it back
but
to you.
we're too high. We need to bring the top down. Actually, it's not 50 pixels, is it? So what went wrong?
Oh yeah, Roger. I've watched that guy, the G3 station. Yeah, I've watched a number of his videos. I like his presentation, man. He's like the grandfather we all wish we had. He's just nice and soft spoken, and he a lot of the stuff that he puts out, you know, helps a lot of folks. So yeah, I enjoy watching his videos.
That's
and
about there.
Andreas too. I've talked to Andreas
About
a few
there,
times.
right.
He's a character, man.
Okay,
He's
so I'll
just
get
doing
rid of
his
that
thing.
one.
But 12 winding.
Let's change the waterfall
And what did you say
to
that ferrite core was? 240, I think you said.
background. Might as well do this one while we're here.
Yeah, it's a 240-40.
Right, so we're gonna
There
do
is a
top.
41, a 240-41, and I couldn't tell the difference on the data sheet on the size and everything else, but I believe the dash 43 is better than the 41. It's something to do with
That's
the
not bad.
frequency range, but it's the 41 does HF as well, but I believe the 43
That's okay.
gets the 41
The height.
is better, so the 43. 240-43. I can't remember how much they cost. I got mine for nothing. Yeah, I've got 12 windings.
That's
around
okay.
mine. I'll put it
That's
in
good.
saving
So we'll leave
tree.
that where it is for the next time. I'm not using that at the minute, so.
Obviously empty, there's no cream in it.
So we've got our new band scope canvas, which needs to be passed in with this.
And I put it in mine.
So we need to
antenna.
tell it
Okay, I'll leave it at that because I feel this button
we're
is
passing
really
in
good.
the
So,
parent
I'll
canvas.
put it over to Mike here. Over to you, Mike.
So band scope canvas.
G650B and W7UIV, nice to hear you on the radio. Yeah, I've done much the same actually. I've got two G44.
Just repeat that you've got Bravo 3, Bravo 9
together.
located in rounding
each other. I've got 13 wine.
Please use a
Okay, we just need to do this
I've also got a clamp
band scope
ferrite
canvas.
as well.
There we go. It's done it for us.
But yeah, it does actually work very, very
Doesn't
well.
like that.
Much of its muchness is probably about as much coax as you actually get in.
Okay, so we're in.
Through the centres, but very cheap.
So band
I think my course cost
scope
me
canvas down
about
here.
£15.
We need
No,
to
it
add
was about £18 for two.
add the
Just look
rectangle.
around for 'em. But again, you've got to watch if somebody's actually
So
done 45,
band
the right
scope
mix.
canvas.
But I've done a couple of
Children.
tests on some
Dot
red
add.
ones. I don't know what the mix is on those, and they work as well. Well, if you don't put too much power through them when you transmit, they don't heat up. But you know, they will break down. But all in all,
So we're going to add
most
R,
I transmit at a push.
but we need
about
to set
60
its
watts,
left.
due to my license restrictions, but probably about 25 watts usually.
So the left
but,
is
all in all, yeah,
it's
actually
no
works
longer
well.
canvas.
It cut down my QRN and
It's
QRN
hang on.
interference here dramatically.
Band
But
scope
with the loop on, the
canvas
receive loop,
set left.
sometimes it's you think it will cross it. Is my receiver actually working because I get less than one.
Right, I don't know if that's right because that's doing it
on
from
the FT8,
canvas.
you know, but so I've had a look around for solar panels and all this lot and the other. We back onto wood, so there's nothing.
That might
probably
not
about
work.
50 metres away.
Or it might do, I don't know.
I was picking up a lot of QRN from
Right,
there,
let's
but,
try it.
Not anymore.
Let's see what happens.
I've got to reposition it.
So we're drawing a rectangle,
might actually change it
we're
from a wire
adding
loop,
it,
to an
and we're
element
setting.
loop.
I don't think this is going
Brings
to
up a
work
little bit
because
higher, but it works well. I'm quite.
it doesn't
I'm quite
know where
impressed with,
canvas
the setup.
is.
I've got to move my
So
long
the
wire,
parent
because I can't on
canvas,
HF, I
maybe
can't
it'll still work.
receive or transmit
Yeah.
the US.
Let's try
I've
it.
got a bounce over the top of it, I think, but it's a really strange one. Most of my signal
See,
goes
we're adding the thing.
on Whisper, you can actually
No.
see it. I'm going to start playing around with some FT8, FT4 and FT2.
UI elements. No, that needs to be the rectangle.
So yeah, all in all, it's not too bad.
So we're adding it to there.
Oh God, I can't remember your name now. It's gone.
Yeah, and then we're setting
Sorry about
the
that.
left.
Over.
But that canvas is
Yeah, you
the.
can call me whatever you want, dude.
Don't know. Let's try it.
I've been called. Pick a name. All of them. And that's
It's probably
my
won't
wife,
work.
So, yeah, I've been called lots of names.
I'll just need to pass it in.
Oh man. Oh, okay. So the question I have is that choke. Yeah, I can make one of those.
That as
So
well.
if 13 is the magic number, I'll do it a 13, and then solder some connections on there. But where does that go optimally? Does that go where the antenna is, or does that go on the radio side of the coax? Radio side or antenna side of the coax? What do you think?
So it sort of tracked it, didn't it? It's changing the width. Is it changing the width? I don't know what it's doing. It's not drawing them. It's not creating a new one. So it's not creating. It's following it, but it's not creating a new one.
10 meter. It's called a Game Master.
No, it is a new one. But once, once we add it, we added a new one.
I can't remember its call, so it doesn't live very far from here, probably about 20, 30 miles.
So it's following the cursor, but I don't think it's doing the right thing.
Handles quite a lot band-wise. It's basically just sort of like the old CB.
No, so we're actually moving the canvas across.
But,
what we want to do is move the rectangle across. No, leave it. We don't want to move the rectangle at all. We want to create it wherever it is. So we want to set left the R and not this.
Gets that quite well. But on halfway down that,
so
I've got an air choke.
Can I do
Round and, I think it's about
what I need to do? I'm adding it to that band scope, but I need to set. I don't think you can do this.
Into that, and then directly straight into the set with the common mode choke on the end. And that works very, very well. S-wise, say it was up around about 8, 9, 10.
No.
Probably about 1.5.
Right, I'll have to ask the question.
The other thing I built, let me just give it a peek for a sec. Yeah, the other thing I built was a piece of, oh God, I can't remember, it was Westflex. I can't remember the number. It's quite a thick cable, probably about 15 mil round.
Trying to add a rectangle to a canvas and position the rectangle
for probably about $40-50, but it cost me about
on the canvas.
to make the whole thing. That works well as well.
Then create a new rectangle
the RF coming around the outside and everything, and obviously go to the same.
and place on same canvas.
Yeah, Roger. Yeah, that is a good idea. Yeah, I'm gonna make one of those chokes, man. I'm gonna make one of those. Like I said, I was just watching Andrea's video a couple days ago, and I was thinking, okay, this guy's coming up with a plan here, a new plan. Well, it's not new. It's actually all old technology. It's just we're able to. I mean, hell, I'm here in the U.S. and I'm watching the guy in the U.K. tell me how to do my radio, and everything he's told me how to do it's always worked so far. So I don't know why I'd question it, but yeah, I think a lot of the experimentation worldwide with radios, none of it's new technology. It's all the same, pretty much. It's just different ways of doing it and different ways of getting your info. info out there to folks that are interested in it. So, yeah, I'm going
Trouble
to
is,
give
I've
that a
got
shot,
two
man.
canvases.
240-43. I'm going to get a couple of them, and I'm going to do exactly what you did, and do the 13 turns through there, and make it go. Interesting. Well, hey, young man, let me jump off here and go put my butt in the bed. I'm getting itchy now. I want to go out in the middle of nowhere and do this stuff, but I need to go to sleep. I've been up all day, so let me jump in here and go crash. About 9 o'clock, I'm going to get up and go out in the woods. Anyway, thanks for the QSO, man. I appreciate it. You and the other gentleman that chimed in that was talking about his experience with the choke as well. So you guys have a good one over there in the UK. And 7-3, gentlemen. This is NH7TR in San Antonio, Texas. Clear out of here on yours, Mike.
Okay.
Before you go,
yeah, watch, go on the internet and look at common mode choke, ferrite.
Right.
Could you feed part of the
Data
torque one way and part
canvas,
the other way?
add the thing, then add that.
Yeah, you just got to get your face
Okay.
there. But watch YouTube.
But the
or,
original canvas
have a
is
look
not
on,
the right
on
one.
Google, get it right way round. Otherwise, you end up with a
Canvas.
bit of anti-phase and God knows what. I think if I
So
remember
data
rightly.
canvas.
But very, very simple to make. Take you about, I don't know, about 20 minutes to make the whole thing.
Okay, so
Once you're happy
band
with it,
scope
if
canvas.
you've got nano VA,
Yeah.
check it, with the antenna and everything,
so
maybe a dummy load, just check things
put
through,
R
make
into
sure it's
there.
alright, and knock yourself out.
Right,
If
let's
you are
try
trying to
that.
put in any sort of power, just keep doubling up on the ferrites. So I've got 2, it's good for about 100 watts. One's alright for about 20, 40 watts, something like that.
Oh,
But as you
close.
sort of go up with power, they do
It's just
warm up,
upside
and
down.
they do start breaking down. So have a look. I've got 2 ferrites just looped together, one on top of the other. And then just put each go with them when you're happy with it. Okay, not a problem. Nice QSO. Hope to catch
it's
you
upside
again.
down.
Yeah, okay, hope to catch you again. Go and have a play, get your head down, get some sleep. Okay, this is NW7UIV.
We're not clearing the old one. So we need to clear it. Let's clear it. So we need to do band scope canvas, clear.
and it's the one that I built, and that is some mag loop that I've got, and it took me quite some time, but have a look at it on qrz.com. It's in my chat.
We're getting somewhere slowly.
Wow, it is some mag loop that I built. 7-3 to you, both of you, and I'll catch you first down the left. G6,
The spacing's a bit wide. What if I had to bring the spacing down? Oh, it's actually winding it. Yeah, because scanning every half a kilohertz.
The voltages get quite intense. There's something I haven't really played with.
So if we go bigger,
Might sometime, I don't know. I've not got a good useful one, but just the sheer hell of doing it.
it's upside down, yeah.
Back to you.
Or about 1,000. It's actually ahead of it. Oh,
Okay, Mike, I've got all the drawings and all the plans, all the
what happened there?
dimensions.
What happened there? I don't know.
So if you want all the details to build this, I can send it all to you. But absolutely everything.
Okay,
I
so
didn't
let's stick
design
to
it.
50 for
It was
now.
designed by, the agent station, and I watched his video and information about it, and I sent him an email, and he said, just tell him, I'll send him.
Right, let's get it up the right way around then.
And when he see a picture of mine,
So how do we get it up the right way around? We need to set
anyway, Mike. highly down.
That's going to be, yeah, because it grows it from
If the gentleman across
top to
the
bottom.
copy, I can actually
So,
point out that to him.
the rectangle
Alright, 10-3,
has got to be set. Yeah, we've got to set it to the bottom of the canvas. So we need the width of the canvas. So we've got adding it. I need to set the top. So set the top. So rectangle dot top.
If I remember rightly.
Has it got a top?
He does a few antennas on YouTube, and the way he actually sets his YouTube out is very, very easy to follow. I've made 2 antennas using his.
Okay, so we do the same thing again.
But the Gain Master I got, I bought 2 of them.
We set the left
Gave one to one of the club members.
and the top.
It works fantastic. I was expecting
So
I'll have to play around the
set the
SWI now,
top. It's got to be
so forth,
fixed.
But when I put it on the Nano VA,
So
it
this
was
is going to be
I thought, oh my god, that's on a metal pole. I've got
band
the screw
scope
bit.
height.
Probably on top of the garage. It's probably about 6 meters up.
Canvas height.
Then it's, I don't know, about 10
That
or
do
11
it.
meters carp fishing pole.
But then it's going to set the top.
To the outside of that. The only problem I had was getting hold of
to the band scope height.
Westflex, but you can use RGE.
But then it's going to cut it off, so it needs to draw it up.
But it's very neat, very good, works absolutely fantastically. When I put it on the G9,
Is there a set bottom? I don't know if there's a set bottom, is there?
12 and all that lot. It SWR's in.
There is a set bottom.
Fantastic, so that's what I've got on at the moment.
Okay. Never used a set bottom. Let's give it a go.
Commander.
See what happens.
Commander,
Is it going to go tits up? It's funny. It's okay, but it's out by the height.
Okay, back to you for the final.
Right, so we've got to do set height. So it's not the height, it's set the bottom, the height. That's weird. Minus the height. So
fiberglass poles I've got absolutely loads of.
band scope height, so we're setting the left, we're setting the bottom. It's the right way up now,
They were all given to me as well.
but
The guy had too many.
we're too high.
They all lock in together, and then I had some wooden.
So set the bottom, band scope height, plus
And I slide those over the joint.
plus band scope canvas height.
So it holds all the fiberglass poles together.
Right, do
mate,
it.
I'll let you go. I need to get a drink. My throat's done it yet again. It always does when I talk.
Hey, that'll about do it.
And I'll catch you further down the log. You must remember me, because I sent you some pictures of all my excellent
Ah, it's gone up. It's gone up instead of down. So minus the height.
Okay,
So the height plus minus the height. Why not just add it as 0? Set bottom 0.
Yes, that's not a problem at all.
Don't know if that will work. That shouldn't work, should it?
We got
Surely.
a Gurney this morning. Got a big fiberglass telescopic pole, but got one there, probably about a 10 metres.
It does work. Who would have thought?
Yeah, and there's not a lot I do need, so I'm looking for some BLT59 FOGs, wherever they are.
I will set it to the bottom of the canvas. That's because the canvas is that height.
So, yeah,
That makes perfect sense.
But we're meeting up at 8:30 here, and then we
Right, we seem to be out by a couple of...
73 for now. I'll catch you again. Yes, I am on QR.
I don't know why. Is that because there's no reading to start with and there's a wait delay?
If I don't do one, I'm sure one of the other lads in the club, I'll pass that over if you don't mind, as well.
Need to find something on the frequency.
Go get yourself a cup of coffee and some breakfast, and
Let's find something on a frequency. Is there anything on? There's a bit on. Let's find some more activity on 40 meters maybe. Nothing.
Okay, I'll calculate them.
Nothing. Well, back. 21.
Okay, 7-3, have a good day. Cheers, man.
Just a lone wolf on 15 meters. Nothing on 18 megahertz. Right, back to I'm looking on my FT710 at the minute. So we got something there. 250. So if I go back to this one and I set 250, there's someone at 250. So I go to 250. There's someone on 250, so we should be able to see something. I don't know how it does the band scope. It seems to be right, so let's just scan that. I don't think it's following it at the minute. We can have a look where it's going. If I go scan and stop, have a look down here, it tells you the frequency, 14302. So center there's 14302, 14302 500. So it's stuck on the same frequency, maybe, unless I didn't stop it quick enough. Yeah, it's always on the same, it's not changing the frequency. Not changing the frequency, no, so it's not tracking with this, it's not using it, it's still doing mode. Why is it still doing mode? Let's just start it again, hang on. Go down the list. Do a span. I'll stop it there. No, it didn't stop. Try again. It says it's off when it's not. What's it doing? Still sending and receiving it. That's not stopping it. So, don't know what that's going on. What is it doing? Building up a buffer? No, it's not stop. It's not actually stopping it. That's a weird one. I thought we'd sorted that out. That stopped. It's not actually stopping it. That's stopping it. Alright, so we do a scan. These need to be blue, by the way, don't they? Let's make it Dodger blue. They need to be a nice blue. Dodger blue. So it's not actually, and the width. The width is okay, I think. We're going to put a sprite in there as well at some point. On the current one. So scan. So I think Oh, so this is still active even though... Hang on. Let's just turn it off. Ah. It's not turning off. Now it's off. Ah. That's why, because... That's weird. So, if I'm in between... Can't toggle it. If I on... Right, I need to set that up a bit better. Let's just sort that out now. Yeah, it's two separate things. So I'm doing the left mouse button down. I know why. It hasn't got an opacity. When it's transparent, it doesn't do mouse, it ignores it. So let's do the left mouse button down, but only when you're on something of a colour. So we need to set the background colour to something. Let's say light. No, let's just say grey. Yeah, grey will do, and then its opacity. It's a bit of a trick to actually, we can do the opacity all in one. So I'll just do a hash, and I'll do I don't know, 444444, and set the opacity to 22. Okay, what does that look like? You can hardly see it, and that's enough to, hang on, let's set it to FF. Yeah, you can see it there, it's dark grey. So we don't want that, we just want a slight little thing. 22, so we can hardly see it. Yeah, we can hardly see it, and it's enough to be able to click on anywhere on the canvas size. So that sort that problem, because I was having to click on the actual send font or the on. Now I should be able to switch anywhere. Yeah, even in between. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so that's sorted that out. So we go like that, and we switch it off. It's still not off. Ah, because if I click it at the end, it switches it back on again. So I've got to sweep, wait till it stops, then switch it off. But it's not switching off. So what, mate? Why is it not switching off? Still sending. It says it's off, but it's not sent it off. So that is a weird one on me. Right, maybe the waterfall is switching it directly. So we got we'll stop the outgoing data loop. And if I suddenly click in and switch it off myself, it upsets the cart. Where did I see all that now? Here it is. So cancellation token, so it's task run when it starts a new one. So if I'm running, I need not to do this.
Mistake, went to the wrong fucking down.
Yeah, we don't want to launch a new one. So it looks like you can launch more than one at a time. So if we're running, if running equals true, return. If we're running, we don't want to start again, return. Don't do anything. And if we're stopped, if we're not running, if we are not running, return. If we're stopped, don't bother stopping it. Yeah, so I can't change it if we're already doing this. Yeah, let's give that a go. So you can't stop, start or stop. Doesn't matter if you click on it if it's already stopped. Actually, it did toggle. It did toggle but didn't stop. Right, so I need to change my toggle off this here. Go to the definition. Right. So we need to change this slightly. If we are running, stop it. And if we're not running, start it. Right, that is weird. It's almost like it's doing two separate things. I've never seen anything like that. So stop. So if we are running, stop it. Oh yeah. So it'll always, so if we're running, we can stop it. Right, so what we need to do is, God, thought we'd finish this last time. So we need to do the opposite, but it'll ignore it. But it's still doing the update. How can it do the update? Right, let's have a look. So if we are running, is that a different variable I'm using there? Cat manager outgoing loop is running. No, that's the right one. So if we are running, we come out. So when we're not running, we're setting the thing to off. So yes, so it will allow us to stop it.
This is GB3BM, serving the West Midlands.
If we are not running,
it's 8:30 AM.
Return. Oh, doesn't allow us to stop. So if we're not running, we don't want to return. We're doing it the wrong way around, aren't we? If we are already running, return. Yeah. If we're already not running, return. But that can never happen because, yeah, so this is the toggle. So we've got a toggle going on and a bloody directly switching it. I want to get on with the scope. Maybe I can sort this out later. Yeah. I'll sort that out later. Right, let's see what we've got so far. Now, for me to sort it out, I need to work out the glitch. Right, so we do a scope. I won't stop it off the button. That'll be fine. Right, so we're overshooting. So there's a mismatch somewhere. And I need to scan something. Now, what are we scanning? So I wanted to know what we're scanning, and I couldn't stop it to find out what we were scanning. Let's try again. Quickly turn it off. It has turned off this time because I waited. So the frequency, we're asking for the frequency. Why are we asking for the frequency? Shouldn't be asking for any frequency there. Let's go back a bit. So we're asking for a frequency, we're getting, so that's not quite right. We don't need to we don't need to ask for the frequency, you need to just set the frequency and read the meter. But it's doing it, all of it still, according to this. Because we're in the main mode. So we need to turn off, when we click that, we need to, well, as we turn it off, we need to turn off reading the main information. Yeah. Let's do that. I thought I already did that. Maybe not. Maybe I was thinking of the band scope separate to find the channel. Busy channels. So we need to know if we're doing a waterfall sweep. So we need a sweep active. Okay, let's create a new one. A bool. Sweep active. Right, sweep active needs to be a public bool. Right, sweep active. So once we start into the sweep, so sweep active equals true, and then down the bottom, stop it. Sweep active equals false. So while we're sweep active, don't bother doing the other stuff. So we need to go waterfall. Right, let's get that one. Let's go over to the cat control where we're doing the outgoing data loop for the main. Where's the main one? It's not there. Can't see it. Oh, there's main. So yeah, so we need to not do this if we're sweep active. So if waterfall sweep dot, it's not finding it. Okay, main window, waterfall sweep, can't spell again. Sweep active. Right, so we need to do if not. So we're going to go if a not sweep active, then do this. So for sweeping we won't be transmitting. And then we've got the packet. So none of this we need to do. We'll get to the end of the break statement. So that's that. So we can't do none of that while we're sweeping. Alright, that should work. Let's try that again. Okay. And it should speed it up as well. This should now. Let's try it. Yeah, so it's active when it's stopped. And if I stop it, it stops. Make it go again. It starts. So start this and it should just do frequencies. So let's just do it and then quickly stop it. Right, have a look at the codes. So go back a bit. So the frequency, it's still asking for the frequency, I think. Let's go back a few. No, it isn't. So it's set in the. Oh, it's gone back to the end now. Hang on. So why does it keep doing that? We've got a race condition, right? So we've got we've got a frequency. we've got ask for meter reading 0, signal strength, oh no, standard panel meter. Then it's coming back as a 75, the meter reading. Then we're asking for it again. No, we're sending the frequency, the new frequency, which hasn't changed. So that's why we're not moving across. Then it's coming back with the same, whatever the reading was that time. So we're not increasing the frequency. So we're reading the same thing all the way across, so even though we're sweeping. So we need to go back to this one now and have a look here on the sweep. So we've got the start frequency, end frequency. So somewhere there'll be a frequency. Where is the frequency? For long frequency, frequency is plus equals step. So yeah, so now we need to, this new frequency plus equals step. So the frequency is the start. Oh, so we can just take that frequency. We're sending out an FA command with the frequency in, but it's not working. Or frequency is not changing. Why not? Why is the frequency not changing? It's going straight in there. Start frequency, and you've got frequencies left then are equal to the end frequency, the frequency plus the step, so stepping through. Right, so it's reading it, so we need that combination there, in there, but for some reason it's not following it. Now, wonder why. Wonder why. Let's track that frequency. Let's put a bit of a command in here. Have I got a console thing in here? No, I haven't got one in there yet. Let's find the console debug. Right, so we don't want that. So we've got the main window debug. Somehow it's moved it over. Right, so we want debug level, current debug, and we want to tell it what the frequency is. And then frequency. Okay. For some reason it's not changing the frequency. Or is it? Actually it is, isn't it? It is changing the frequency. So I'm not looking at it. It's not changing the last frequency. It's going, the step is 1 kilohertz and it's starting from something, so it is changing it. Sorry, my error. My error. I didn't look close enough. It is changing the frequency. Right, so let's go back here. Yeah, I should look at the radio. The radio's changing the frequency. Yeah, but it's not do. It's doing. Yeah, it's doing 1 kilohertz steps instead of Yeah, it's a sweep. Right, so I've set it to 1,000. It should be 500. So we can choose where we want to sweep from. At the minute, this is not going all the way. I'm hard programming the start and the ending just while I'm testing it. What's that value there? The threshold level 6. We're not really using the threshold level. Okay, so we've got the sweep. So that will change. You don't necessarily need that at the minute then. Just put it in there. So yeah, this will allow it to have more steps, more samples. I think I set it for 1,000 because the idea was to pick up something active, but it needs to split that step up into whatever this grid is according to this. At the minute it's not using this, it's just using my start and end frequency. And we seem to be ahead of it, which was strange. The cursor's moving, then we're asking for stuff. Let's just try another sweep. Yeah, that's okay, and it finishes, starts doing the other bit. Right, so we're just going along a certain frequency. So we're not following the width at all, although we are to a certain degree. So it needs to automatically change the start and the end based on the span. Yeah, so we need to do that. So based on the span. Let's take that out there, we don't need that. We know it's changing now. Right, so instead of me adding the span in, wherever I found that last time. Instead of me putting it in, it needs to calculate it from the band. Select it from the band. So we could do all that from in the sweep utility. So we can pass in some values. We really should just pass in the band, really, current band, and it can automatically get the bandwidth stuff. Yeah. Anyway, what I was trying to do is get the graphics and sprites to appear. Now the actual putting in the actual width and that would be nice to have it at this stage. And it'd not be nice to see some signal on there. Yeah, so if I track the actual stuff the band is on, we can then narrow it down. So we need, it's a chicken and egg again. We need the egg before the chicken, or the other way around. Crazy. So at the minute I can't actually go onto my FT710, find a thing, and then set this on the other radio. Should be going around its center frequency. That's what it needs to do. So we start it up, wherever you move the dial, because we're on the center frequency, so it needs to do a calculation. It needs to say, right, this is the center frequency, which it is. Alright. And then we need to start the scan, whatever the center frequency, minus the one we're on, minus 25k. Yeah, let's try and make a function that does that, unless we already have made one. So we need to find the center frequency, so we can easily do that. Okay, we can do it from here. So we're active, and we need to get the center frequency. So
Have an NIY check your access, please.
okay, so long center frequency, no, VFO frequency. We don't need that because our current frequency is set in stone, so we can just reference it like this: main window. No, it's not. Let's find it. We had the same problem again, didn't we? How did we do it last time? FT cat manager dot current radio state dot VFO frequency A. That's it. Right, so that's the frequency. So if we go long, I'll say VFO A frequency equals that. Right, that's your center frequency. So then we need to set the start frequency. Start, we're going to override the start frequency that's passed in, equals VFO frequency minus the bandwidth. So we're going to have to do minus the current bandwidth, so we've got to find that variable. If there is a variable, let's go on to main window, span. So we need to find the buttons, simulated waterfall. So that's the label. We need the buttons, pop-up window button, speed. No, we want the span. Yep. So we've got speed. No, so we've got speed. Oh, it's a pop-up window for speed. We need the pop-up window for span. Where's the pop-up window? Oh, there's span. No, that's the text block. Right, so it's down here somewhere. It's got to be further down. Speed. Oh, we seem to have put some indicators in there. And we should have span. Span frequency, here it is. Span label. Right, there's your span. Oh, yeah, here's your buttons, vertical, expanded, span. So for the span we need to bring up, we've got a left mouse button down to bring up the span. That'll open the span. But then we've got to bring up the span window. Where the hell is that? That's, oh, we're off that now, so it's got to be in here somewhere. There's a canvas, text block. Is that the one? No, I think that's just that there. So we need the pop-up window. Band scope. Not there. Oh, there's the speed. That's the speed pop-up window. Now we need the... this might be it. The span pop-up window, there it is. So when we choose the span, got to click on something. There it is. Span pop-up, left mouse button down. We're tracking it so we can find where the variable has been set. Change the span frequency. There it is. I've got some drop frames, just 43 drop frames. Just make sure your microphone is working. Yeah, it seems to be working. Right, so we're changing the span whichever one the switch value is. So we need to go to there, go to the definition. So all we're doing is changing, oh yeah, we're selecting the, yeah, doing the graphics for selecting, and then we're doing the actual switching of the span. So the frequency span is what? Oh, the one that's passed in. And the current frequency span is set, so it's 1K, 2K. Now, so if it's 50K, so it's setting it to 50K, which is 5. So we're going to have to translate that into a span. Right, so it just switches it to this one, and that's the only thing it's changing, I think. Change the span legends. Let's just quickly see what that's doing. So the span is being switched. Frequency span, it's setting the span hertz. It's creating the new labels, different things for different modes. So we're in center, so it's just creating the labels. Cursor pixel step. Oh, it's doing something there. So what we need to do then, that's just the graphic side of it. Hang on. So we're changing the current frequency span. Find the definition. It's in waterfall. Okay, that makes sense. It's a static variable, so current frequency span, and it's set to 5, which is nothing. So we'd have to do a switch statement, which is the same one here. Yeah, there's the frequency spans, that's 0, yeah. So, right, I could have used an E number there, but let's just copy this out here. Or do we use it to get the span? Yeah, we need to get the current frequency span, so we could do with a little routine here, just to return the current frequency span. Okay, let's do it. Public void get current frequency span. Now it needs to return the span in long. Get the current frequency span. It doesn't need to pass in anything. Alright, so you can return the current frequency span. Yes, you can, but it won't work. It'll like it, but it'll just return a number. So we need to do a switch statement on it. And delete some of the graphics. So that needs to be current frequency span. So So pass it in the switch statement, the current frequency, then we need to, we're not changing it, so we don't need to do any of this. So we just need to delete that and tell it what it is, the equivalent. I might have I might already have this. See, what about if we could do this? That's telling you what the span is, but it's not telling you. So instead of having all this switch statement, we could just go back to change the span. So we could have another value, go to the definition, current speed. Right, so we could set, let's just set another variable there. We set at the same time, and it'll be a long current frequency span in hertz. Let's say hertz, is it hertz? HZ. I'm gonna make that 50k, so it's 50,000. There we go, that's the default. So we'll go back to this one. When we select it, we're just gonna say current frequency span in hertz equals so it's 1000. There we do, and we only have to set it once when we choose it then, instead of processing it twice. I've put the text in for the field, but I haven't told it what it actually is. So we're expanding this one to do what we're after, save us some work later on.
This repeater is Golf Bravo 3 Bravo Mike, located in Raleigh region. For access, please use a 67 Hz phone. It's 9 AM.
9 AM. I don't know if these are appropriate really, these spans. As they'll take too long probably, but anyway we'll put them in. 100,000, 100k, yeah that's right. 50,000, oh that's the default one. There we go. 50,000. So 100. That's too many. No, it's 1,000. Yeah, that's right. Right. So we've got that now. So we don't need the this one here. We don't need to switch all that now. And we don't even need to have a function anymore. We don't need that anymore, so let's get rid of that. We saved ourselves a function. So all we need now is to go back into here and start frequency equals VFO frequency minus the is it static? Can't remember if it was a static now. do I find that? Current span. It's a static, yeah. So we want to find out what we're in. Simulated waterfall. Simulated waterfall dot current frequency span in hertz. There we go. So now you might have to divide it by 2. Yeah, I think you got to divide it by 2. Okay. Don't know whether we need to put it into that. Okay, so what is that going to do now? That sets the start frequency. So we need to do the same for the end frequency. So hopefully this should then track whichever one was set to. End frequency is VFO frequency plus the waterfall center frequency divided by 2. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so then the active frequency is already been set. Right, let's give it a go. Let's give it a go, see what is going on. Should be able to track now the span. So let's try it. Ready? So let's see where it's going from. I'll read it out. So don't think that's doing anything. Alright, let's change the span. So we're going to go 100k. I'll tell you what we'll do. That bit we just got rid of earlier, we could do it back again. Right, let's find a console. Have I got a console? No. Trust me to find the only bit of code. Oh, there's one. Right, so we want to put in here a little bit of a thing just to tell us what our start and end frequency is. So our start frequency equals start frequency, and end frequency. Let's make sure we're getting the calculations right. Let's get rid of the right line and put a little comma in there. That's it. Right, so we should be able to see our start and end frequency now. Right, let's scroll back up. Would have done quite a few. Start frequency is 14,373 400 and 144. 14,373 400 and 14,423 400. So get the calculator out. Right, so we're going to take the one off the other, so 1442 3400 minus 1437 400 equals 50,000. Yeah, so that's working. Okay, so it's working. So the offset's a bit weird, so we might have to compensate. We're getting 3 extra reads, but now we should be able to change the span. Let's see what happens. Let's make the span longer, 1000k. Is the band, I don't even know if the band is that wide. Let's have a look. Oh, we're getting something now. I'll see. So down here there'll be another start frequency. So it's the first, so we're doing, what we're doing, 100, 1,000, I don't know what we're doing actually, what are we doing? We're on 1,000k, so 1,000k, that's 1k, so we're going too far. Look how far we've gone out of band. So really, let's change it to 500k. Let's start again. That's probably still out of band, so 500k. Yeah, that's too far. So we should be able to set the frequency. If I set the frequency, let's go in the fast mode, get down to, well, it's totally out of band there, scanning. Bloody hell, we are out of band. So this band scope is quite capable of seeing a lot more than we need. So we're going to start, I'll start in the center of the band, which will be something like 200 or 190. There we go, 190. Start at 190. That's a lot better. Yeah, it is. So right, we'll go there and we're going to scan the band of 40 megahertz goes from 0 to 38. So the span needs to be, it's only 200, no, what is it, 100, 400. So that should be fine, 400. Let's do a 200 scan. So nobody on? Nobody seems to be on. So now the problem is we're stopped at 290. Yeah, so when we scan it needs to return back to the frequency. Yeah, and that needs to put that back to the start. See, that's the frequency. So yeah, hang on. Let's do another one. So if I go back down to 180, 195, and do a scan. It's not updating that now, but I mean, we don't need, it's a background thing. But then it will stop and update that once it switches the thing back on. Yeah, because that was where it left it. So when we finish the scan, we need to set the center frequency back. Yeah, set the center frequency back to before we started to scan. So let's sort that out next. So when we go into the sweep, We need to restore the current frequency. There's the current frequency. Let's see if there's any. Go to the definition. Go to the definition. Right, so have we got the old frequency anywhere? The last frequency. We've got B, current mode, current meter reading. No. So is there any? We might want to use the last frequency again. So we either make a new one. Let's just make a new one and use it rather than. Right, let's use this one. We're going to call this the VFO-A last frequency. There we go, it's easy, innit? So what we'll do is when we go into here, we're going to start it by setting the VFO. So we're going to go FT cat manager dot current radio state dot last frequency VFO last frequency equals FT cat manager dot current radio state dot VFO frequency. Right, so we do that there. So we're scanning it. We've got to change it to scan it through, so that's fine. So we need the current radio frequency will change as soon as we've done it. So when we get to the end, once we finish scanning, we need to. We're setting the gain, but we're not setting the other one. So we need to push, find a set frequency. Yeah, so we need to copy that out of there. Once we've finished, we set the RF gain. So we'll set the frequency to the last frequency. I'll set it back to the one before we started this scan. Okay. Actually, no, we need to do a little bit more with that. Yeah, we need to set the frequency. That doesn't actually change the VFO frequency. Or does it? Yeah, it does. It'll automatically change it, I think. Yeah, it should put the value back in. Right, okay. So that's all. This is what I was trying to do before with these cat commands, just make them single line, so it is working now. You can just make that a standard loop delay. Got the ability to make the await command be quicker or slower. So we've got RG. That's it. That's all we need to do. Right. Okay. So let's start that, and we should return back to the center frequency now. Right. So it should starting off. Wherever I set it, I'm going to set it to mid band on 20 meters. Let's just say we'll set it to 90. There we go. Right, so set it to 90. 190 mid-band, so if I do a scan, right, it's still on 190, that's good. But it's set the gain back up again, so that might be a pain. So it probably needs to remember the gain. Yeah, it needs to remember, find out what the RF gain is set to, then set it back at the end instead of cutting it off. So it needs to read the RF gain, because otherwise I'd have to keep going back and then turning the gain, and that needs to go back to the start as well, and this needs to be offset. But it didn't find anything. What about if I go again? Is it not finding anything? At least it's staying in the middle of the band now. And I can do that and do a scan again, and it'll come back to that one. Yeah. So it's not finding a lot, is it? Let's change the span. 100k. Started finding something there. Well, that's probably out of band, maybe. Don't know. Let's change the span to 200k. Yeah, I don't think this is working it out right. This is not working right, because that yeah, it could be right. Now we could increase the step as the band span increases. We could increase the steps to make it quicker. Because I mean, you'll pick up. We're not actually trying to be spot on. We just want an indication of if there's anything there. So we could do with a step to go with the span. Right, so I should be able to change frequency now to hang on. If I change to 40 meters, the radio changes, and if I come down to the center band, somewhere like that. Alright, so we're there, and if I do a scan now, it should do. Now the span, we've only got 200k here, so yeah, we'll keep it on 200k, and it should scan the whole thing. Ready? So if it finds someone, it could do with someone on the frequencies. Yeah, so we are outpowering them out, so we need to probably do some waiting before we start to do our recording. So there's nothing on. Let me just do it again. Oh, found something. Now, so we found something there. So the next thing we're going to have to do is be able to move this dial, and that moves down. And of course at the minute it's not going to do that. So as we do that, it needs to push this across. Yeah, so we've got, that's another thing we've got to sort out. Anyway, we've had a certain amount of success. 2 hours 51, that's alright, yeah. Still early in the morning, I got up early, so yeah. I probably need to wash my car today and maybe hoover it out. Maybe try the rig mobile again somewhere. Up on a hill or something, I don't know. Take the battery, the LiPo 4 battery pack out. Anyway, so we've got lots to do. So I start the scan and then it's jumping past and then going past. So we almost need to draw this thing further back by a certain amount. Well, I don't know why. It's probably the await delay because it's going off. It's going off out of sync. Let's try it again. It'd be nice if we could find someone. Oh, I noticed the meter's still going. So the meter's still going. Alright, so we're reading the meter, so we're still getting the meter signal, that's good. As long as that's all that's going on. Yeah, because it's the same reading as this. But that doesn't look right, does it? It went bigger there, so the scale, that there should be about there. This is the scale going from there to there, so it's not translating it right, I don't think. Something not quite right. Okay, so right, let's try scanning something else. Oh, we should be able to scan now other bands as well. Here we go. Yeah, we're not getting the scale right. In fact, if I scan and then turn up the RF gain to max, it should give me the top scale. Right, so it's going up but not quite all the way. There's a little discrepancy. Yeah, so potentially it's right. Right, there's nobody on there. I can't actually stop the scan, can I? If I press it again, it'll just start again. But it'll be automatic. Well, it might be. Let's go on, let's find someone on 15 meters. Don't know what the bandwidth on that is, so let's go down to somewhere like that. They're normally 200, aren't they? Right.
Good morning, Tony. G7UIV returning. Yeah, good to hear you, mate. Reason why I walked heavy because we're off in the van today.
Not a lot on there.
Morning. I'm going to
about
Friday
24.
on the north-east coast near Scarborough. And I won't be around for our usual, mate.
I don't know where it starts, 24. I'll have to get my band plan out.
Pretty regular in there, isn't he?
Have I got a sheet for 24? Let's have a look. It's a program with band plans in.
It's quite a nice looking morning.
28.
It looks like the weather's finally starting
21.
to get a little bit better.
I don't think I've got one for 24. Don't know why I didn't do one for 24. Shame. I didn't put one out for 24.
Yeah, has it been? And where are you now?
Right, so where are we with this? Doesn't quite like go up all the way, this scale, doesn't?
Seems like you've been on the road for a long time, mate. Have you been enjoying your, I know you have.
Mind you, no, it doesn't go on the display either, it only goes up to 30 dB. Doesn't go up to 60, so that would be about right. So I just can't find anyone to listen to. Let's try 18.
night.
So I could get that to follow the frequency easy enough. I've got a command called UI. Let's do that so that follows it, so you can see where it's scanning. Yeah, I've got one here, frequency. Hang on.
The couple they live round the corner from us at Overton, and they've had this house 20 years now. And I'm stuck there.
Let's just find that one. I've got one somewhere called, but we don't want to wait for it, do we? In particular, we don't want to wait. So we've got the send command, sync. We've got a separate UI one somewhere, I'm pretty sure we have. No? Right, hang on then, so what am I... Yeah, it was in the station scope I did it. Let's have a look. Set RF gain.
So Chris has got off for a cycle ride, he's a big time cyclist, Chris, so he's gone off.
Set the UI. There it is. So just to change the dial to whatever the current frequency is on. Doesn't actually transmit it though, but that's what we want. It's got no await state, so that's just the job. So as soon as we issue that, we need to do that one, and that'll update the UI. Yeah, that's the one. From the memory slot, yeah. Maybe that'll work. Let's give it a go. So at least you can see it tracking where it's scanning, and you know it's not just sat on a frequency. Then, right, here we go. It's fighting it now. It's actually fighting it.
I think it was last night we started.
We're setting it UI, but it's then reading it back.
I thought you was following the north coast of
because we're asking it for the frequency. No, we're not. While we're scanning, we're doing we're setting the frequency. Because we're setting it, it's updating the current UI.
Do they now live in France, or
and then because it's as it's being set.
I just wonder that.
So we're sending a command, then we're reading the meter.
I have been to Foley.
So why is it fighting with it?
It's been quite a few years. We've been on the motorbikes actually from here. It's about 100 miles away or something, or maybe not quite as much.
So we shouldn't be fighting with it.
Anyway, quite looking forward to getting.
So it's outputting there, bringing back the meter read. That's all it's doing. So somewhere in the sweep. Right, so somewhere in the sweep here.
Do you know what though? I don't know what you're like. I always look forward to getting home when I'm in
So we're doing the sweep. We're sending the RG. We're setting the gain. This is the main loop. So we're sending the FA command.
Nothing much else to report. The HF beans have been pretty.
Oh yeah, set the UI.
Although I did work Japan on the.
We're setting it so we can then read from it. So what is this actually doing? Go to the definition. Try get value, the memory slot. Format the frequency. Update the dial position. That's it. And the last frequency is the current frequency. So update the dial position. So we're changing it, but only the graphics. But then the graphics is being changed back again. Right, so that's not doing anything but changing the thing.
They come over at the moment twice a year
Ah, so it's, I don't get it. So, but we're not updating the, yeah, with current frequencies not being changed, or is it? Yeah, it's been changed by this FA. Yeah, as soon as we change that, so let's have a look at that one. I thought it only changed, maybe it's changing it directly. Update the send frames per second. So it's not actually, it's writing it out, but it's not updating the UI. It's updating the parameter for the UI. The parameter gets updated by default. So, where is the bit that, why would it fight with it? Shouldn't be fighting with it. Because if it's fighting with it, if I take that out again.
Okay, Tony, I'm glad you found the keys.
Something's triggering it to send out.
Just for the keys, so whenever we take the stop, the keys go there.
Right, so we do a scan.
Mate, have a really good trip to this nice little village you're going to. Say hi to Sue. You were breaking up a little bit
so
there.
If we do that there,
good time to song.
That's not fighting with it, look.
Please for now, Tony, G7UIV.
So why something is making it fight? Right, let's put it back in. Why it wasn't fighting when I don't include it? Yeah, it's glitchy, look at it. Let's just change to another band, there's nothing on that one. So we're fighting with it, hang on. So something's updating it, isn't it? Right. Okay, so we're not using the loop, the current frequency, are we? No, we've got frequency, so it's changing the frequency on the UI. It's doing it there, and it's doing it back there. So what we need is, so we shouldn't need to do that then. If that's already updating it, hang on. So that's changing the value, but it's not updating the UI, so this should only update the UI. Now what's it updating now? It's updating a memory slot. Yeah, it's updating the memory slot's position, but not updating the UI. Text block text, so the text block is being sent, which is, yeah, we're updating the text block, but we're not updating the value. But the value's been done from there, but we're not using the value. We're not using the value in this particular bit. So why aren't we using the value? We should be using
G7UIV checking out.
That's a memory slot of VFO. That's the old way of doing it. We're changing the display only, but we're not updating the actual frequency. We're doing the old frequency. So I don't think we're using this bit anyway. Are we using this anywhere? Sort of, that's for, yeah. So, whether we could make the current one equal that, or maybe this one is just out of date for us. Probably out of date. That's actual set frequency. It's based off set frequency down here. No, it isn't. What's it based off? Set frequency here. Right, it's writing it out. We don't want to write it out, so that's why we've just copied this one and took out the set frequency out of it. So all we want to do is update the UI, but it's updating the memory slot as well, which is, yeah, the old way of doing it. So yeah, it's probably not a, we were using memory slots, so we can back them up. So we still need to do that, but what we're fighting against something, so we've got two different ways. So we're doing the memory slot frequency, so we also need to change the, if it's a VFO it needs to change the other frequency as well. But then it's being set anyway. I wonder if it's anything to do with this one. I'll take that out for a second. Take that out for a second and see if it fights still. Oh, what's it doing now? Yeah, need that, definitely need that. So that must be being used already. This is being used. Yeah, so we need to keep that intact. So what we probably need to do is make a new one based on this that doesn't do all that stuff.
Yeah, continue myself to this also link.
So we need to call this one set the frequency UI for band scope. Okay. So this one we're not interested in memory slot and the location. We want the frequency and the text block we were trying to update. So we don't need all this stuff here. We need the text block bit. Don't need this bit. We don't need this debug level, and we don't need this bit. So so what we need now, we don't need that. We don't need the update the dial position. Probably we do. Yeah, we definitely need to update the dial position with the frequency. And all we need to do is make main FT cat manager dot current radio state dot VFO a frequency is equal to what's that expected? Along, and I've got along. frequency.
Just wondering if you could repeat that for me.
Is that it?
M7UAZ back to you.
Is that it? Is that enough? Text block is not null. Format the frequency. Set the frequency. And then update the frequency. Don't know. Let's give it a go. So replace this one here.
This is M7UAZ. I appear to have lost all signal where I am. I'm not sure if you're still listening to this. Anyway, I wish you 70 feet and best of luck. M7UAZ.
Take that one out. I want the frequency, which is this one.
M7UH Red, this is Mike 6 X-ray Whiskey Golf. All the best there, Henry.
Text block
and,
is that one.
Hope you have a great day from Mike 6 X-ray Whiskey Golf 73.
Right, let's have a look, see if it's still going to fight with it.
I just think, yeah, you may have got the call sign just a little bit wrong.
Shouldn't do, really. We never know.
It's Mike 7 Uniform Alpha Zulu, or M7UAZ. Apologies.
That's better.
Anyway, I just thought I'd say that. Best of luck.
So what it needs to do is it needs to either put that back to the start, or it's putting the frequency back. But we've got nothing to listen to on this band. I don't know why. Let's try this one. So there is something there, but what is it? Probably some packet, sorry, not packet, data. Is there nobody on? Switch over to the other radio. Right, there's something on 250, so let's go back to... I'll make the centre frequency equal the same as this one. 250's on. Right, there's the centre frequency, it's definitely on there. Switch the antenna back to this one and do a scan. We've got to get him when he's just talking, that's in trouble. That looks like him there, doesn't it? Oh, we're setting the RF gain. We've got to remember what the RF gain is set to, and then bring it back after the scan. So let's sort that out next. Otherwise, we're not gonna have to keep resetting the RF gain. So what do we need to do? We need to do get the RF gain. So we're setting it down to 0. Now, are we able to? Yeah, we should be able to set the RF gain. So, we're setting it to 0. Oh, we need to get the RF gain. Right, how are we getting it now? We're getting other stuff. So we've got an overload for it. Right, have we got a value for RF gain? So far I've only set it, I've never read the RF gain. Right, so we've got RF gain. So we have got one there, a variable. So have we got a cat command for an RF gain? Let's have a look. RG, there it is. So we've already got a cat command for the RF gain. So we can send and receive the 3 values. So what do we need to do now? We need to actually go down to our outgoing structure, outgoing data loop, and have a look at what we're doing under main. So we're asking, there it is. So we can set it, but we want to read it. So we should be able to read it by just doing one of these. Or, hang on, I need to bring up the manual for RF gain and just check something. Right, RG, isn't it? There it is, RF gain. So P1 has to be fixed, even when you're reading and everything. Yeah. Okay. So I need a copy of that then. Putting into the sweep, so we can get the RF gain before the loop. So we're setting the RF gain to 0. So we need to remember the RF gain first. So this will be RG. We need to include the 0. It doesn't know where that is, so we need to put that in the front. Okay, it doesn't know what that is either, so we need to put that in there. Okay, so we're asking for the RF gain there, and it automatically put it into the RF gain value. So once we've got it, we can set it to 0. So we'll set it to 30, which seems to be open, so you can hear stuff. And then what we want to do is set the RF gain after to, when we go down here, instead of setting it back to off, we could do with setting it to a value. So to set the RF gain, we have to do include the gain, and it needs to be, how do we read the current, set the current RF gain? So we have to do, there we are, that's what we want. So we want to set that structure there. I don't know if that, no, it's sorry, it's a new object, sorry. Right, so we needed to create an object. Hang on. So we need this object here, I think. Yeah. Right, so we need to create a new object instead. One of them needs to be a 0. Can we? Oh, yeah, add a 0. Then this one needs to be the RF gain that we set earlier, that we remembered. Okay, so we're doing that. Hopefully that'll set wherever I left it when we started the scan, so the user doesn't lose his control. Let's just go back up. So the RF gain is here. We don't need both of them, so we're setting it to 30. Right, so I'm getting the gain to remember it. Then when I set it, I'm going to be setting it value straight away. So that's not going to work. I need to do the gain is a 32-bit. Hang on. Object values. So the gain will be an int. Let's have a look at the gain. Well, let's just have a look at the gain. So it's expecting a an int. Yeah, they're both ints, right? Okay, both ints. So if we just go, we could do it from in here. So an int RF gain before scan, band scan, and scope scan equals and we've got to do FT cat manager dot current radio state dot RF gain. Okay, hopefully that'll be set. Yeah, that's the current RF gain. So we're asking for it, and we've got to set it down to nothing or open. So then we need to go back down here. When we set the RF gain, it needs to be not set to the one it was set to last, but it needs to be set to that one, which will set it back to where it was before it started. Hopefully, if it works. Do you think it'll work? So we're reading the gain before we carry on, and then we're setting the gain. So doing 2, that's okay. It's before the loop starts scanning. Alright, let's give it a go. See if it does what we think. Now, at the minute, I'm on full RF gain. So if I put it on half off, right, I'm on half. I'll do a scan. Let's set it to full. It set it to full. So why is it set it to full? Set it to full. Try again. Alright, set it to full. Maybe the variable wasn't quite right. So I'll set it to off, then do it. Right, so something not happening there. Right, let's have a look down here. So RG, can we see an RG value anywhere? RG, where's my RG? Any RG? Oh, hang on, it's getting rid of it before I get a chance to have a look. Right, RG. That's it. It's got to go to the top of the scan. That's not scanning. So all I want to see is no, that's still not scanning yet. Still not scanning. That's doing all the modes. Right, here it is. So then it's doing RG equals 0, sending it. So it's getting it, and it's coming back with RG equals 30. Right, well that's full up. Even though I didn't have it full up. Then we're doing a scan. It's going all the way down this scan, and then I did another scan after that. This is going to take a while to get through. Oh, we're busy because it started carrying on with the main rig function. So we've got to see another scan All these are going on so many times a second, even though in reality only a split second. Right, there's a start of another scan. RG0, so it is coming back with RG0. And then it's reading the values down. RG30. Oh. Yeah, so it's reading the value as RG. Hang on. Yeah, so it's coming back with the right amount of parameters, that's fine. Then it's going to set it to fully open so it can scan. And we're going down the scan again, and at the end of the scan it should set it back to 0. Well, that shouldn't have been 0 anyway. So it got to the end of the scan and it set it to 0, which was cut off. But I never told it to set it to 0. Right, something going on somewhere, so I'm going into it. I click on the sweep. It's doing the RG to 0. So it's asking for the reading. Then it's setting the reading to 30, which is open. Yeah. And we're recording the reading in there before we do it. And we're going down here and we're doing frequency and read meter only. And then we're getting down to here, and we're coming back out, we get the frequency. Then we're reading, setting the gain back to what it was before. Now coming out, and if not equals to FM, here it is. See that? So we're doing it twice. If the rig mode is not equal to FM, which it isn't, we're setting it again, so we don't need it twice. And we're setting it to 0, so what we need to do is bring that RG down here. Why are we doing it twice? I don't know. Let's just bring that one down here, and hopefully it should just replace this one. And set it back to where it was again. You have to do something else. If you're in FM, you have to do something else. Set the squelch, so yeah, changes what it reads based on what mode you're in. It's complicated. Right, so if I go set the ORIF gain to 9 before I start, and I start off now. Aha, it's working. It's working. It's definitely working. Now I reckon that's where the frequency is. If I go, it's moved up a couple. If I scan now, so that's it there. That's that bump there. Missed him then. So that's the chap talking, but we're out by an arbitrary amount from the start and at the end. So we need to compensate for that. Now that might be the lag. I should be able to tune in if you change the span to 20k.
Italia, CQ sezioni, chiama Italia 07 Eco.
So we've not got so many reads now. So we need to alter the span. The frequency needs to change. So I don't think we're doing the span right. Let's do 100. So we're doesn't matter what mode we're in, we're overshooting by the same amount. Yeah, it's interesting. It's just getting your head around it. Oh, cold tea. Right, so span 20k. Why does 20k... Is it going 20k? It should... It is. Okay, 50k. 50k seems to be the sweet slot. Now we probably need these to expand. Yeah, these need to expand the width based on the span. Yeah, so they're staying the same, so they look a bit weird. We're missing a bit there. I don't know why. How did it miss a bit there? I don't know. So we need to compensate by and move that back so many pixels, about 20 pixels. Alright, let's move that back 20 pixels. So when we're creating a rectangle, we need to do the set left, current position. So why is current position ahead of the actual? So current position is less than, yeah, plus equals pixel step. So maybe we've gone up by the pixel step. Right, if we're less than the end, we can go by the pixel step and then go to the next iteration. So there's something going on with the current position. So let's find that. So current position is canvas full left position.
MW7EYC.
And that total
MW7EYC. You monitoring, Mike?
So current position. What's tracking the current position? So if we just do a minus full left position, don't quite know why we're getting a weird offset.
MW7EYC.
Unless the first iteration is not a valid reading. Right, so we've got 14, so we're offset there. Well, is that why? Yeah, that could be why. Let's just set that to 0. And this one to 600. Maybe that's what we're offset by. Maybe we're doing it in a different way, or maybe that's nothing to do with it. Let's have a look. I think I have to offset it at some point. Now I think the yellow cursor is going to end up being in the wrong position. Maybe. Yeah, I didn't quite get to the end, but the stuff did. Yeah, and it started off screen. Right, okay, so we'll put them back. That's telling it where the start of the scope is in respect to the canvas. So what we need to do is we need to keep that. So once we're doing the, yeah, we need to do that, but when we draw the rectangle we need to minus it by some kind of offset. So the rectangle, when it's getting set to the canvas, we need to go current position minus, I don't know, say 20. That ought to be enough. Let's try it. That's probably too much. So why it needs an offset of 20, I don't know. So it's just a bit too much, 20, isn't it? Let's say 14. Maybe it's 14. Howdy do, good morning everyone. You've all woke up, have you? Okay. Right. It seems to be 14, doesn't it? Yeah. Slightly one over there, look. That's probably the width of the pixel. That seems right. So that last one, yeah. Yeah, so we can probably lose the last one, maybe. If we lost the last one, we'd be up to this one. Anyway, So I'm going to start it off. Right, I've turned the RF gain fully up. It's showing 30 plus RF gain, but we've got 40 and 60, so there's a little bit of a gap. So it does look right. It does look right. So if I set it there and start a scan. Yeah, it puts it back so I can hold a conversation and do a scan. I wonder why it goes to nothing there. That's weird. How can it go to nothing? Oh, unless they're just... How can there be nothing values? Right, so at this point we can introduce back the... Yeah, so we've got... It's doing what we said it would do. The width needs to be altered according to the span. So if I go span 5, obviously it might as well have... the pixel step needs to increase, does it? Or not? No, not necessarily. Probably the width of these could increase. So how do we do that? So we need a current. Okay. And when we're on something like 100k. That starting minus going to cover the whole band because the 100k is bigger than the actual band. Well, sort of. But it should carry on all the way to the end, and it shouldn't stop like it was doing earlier. So it's tracking the actual Yeah, it is tracking it. Getting somewhere now. But I want to put the sprite back in. When it stops scanning, it needs to put the sprite back in for the active. We can do that. But then it needs to go over the current into the history side of it and draw the history. So yeah, it did stop there, that was fine. So the width, there needs to be a correlation between the width and the span. Let's sort that out next. Right, so the rectangle width is just set to 3. That needs to be based on the span. So how can we do that? Let's have a look. So we got what have we got it here? No, that's the RF gain. So it was something to do with, can't remember where we put it now. Was it the stations? Can't remember where we put those variables now. Change the span.
This is MV7UIV.
So we've got what we got here. So we've got the span. Span in hertz. Right, so this is it. So we need to find that variable. Here it is. We need another entry here. The width. Now, was it expecting a double? Is it expecting a double? Yeah. Okay, so frequency management. No, where have I just seen that? Change the span. What will be under waterfall? Right, so go to the definition. So we want a something here. So we need to change the current, not this frequency span.
Serving the West Midlands and beyond. It's 10:15
Frequency span, rectangle width. Right, frequency span, current, rectangle width. Right, current frequency span, rectangle. Rectangle width, long-winded, but yeah. So for we've got 3 set to 3 on a 50k, which is a default, and this needs to be a double. Okay, I need to go away for a second and come back in a minute. Alright, so we've got our frequency span rectangle width. So we need to go and put it in here. So what we're going to make it, so if it's wider, let's just try and work it out. So 50k. I'll just make them all 3 for a minute. Might have to do trial and error on this. So we've got 5k, 10k. Some of these spans probably don't. Actually, I put that in the wrong place, will I? That one's in the right place. This one's in the wrong place. So probably, yeah, don't need all these ones, but they're in there because that's what the FT891 has in. That's probably way too much, but I mean, yeah. Okay, so we've got to work out. So 50 is the 3, seemed to be okay, or was it? Anyway, we've got them all in, so let's let's put that in the width. So the width is going to be no longer set in stone. It's going to be the oh, it's not part of the radio state, is it? Sorry, it's not part of the radio state, so that won't work. So it's going to be I can't find it now. Simulated waterfall, isn't it? Yeah. So it's going to be main window simulated waterfall dot current. Where are you? Can't see it. Doesn't seem to be there.
G7UIV returning the station G7 and think that's the rest of the call sign. Got the location is Southampton.
It's not there because it doesn't know it's there yet. Oh, what's happened?
Mobile. Don't cover Quebec Victor G7UIV. Southampton main Darren Alpha.
What is it doing? See that? I've done it twice now. Done it twice, and twice it's not brought up what I want, so copy. Paste.
Okay, Alan, good morning, mate. And getting you, you're okay. You're
right.
A little bit on the
It's not liking it. Why not? Oh, I know why. It's a static. So you've got to do simulated waterfall.
I'm actually on the towpath as a link for the full canal. So I am getting the read.
There we go. There we go. Right, so that's the width. And they're all going to be the same at the minute because I've set them all to 3. So let's just see one at a time how wide they need to be. Should be able to do it off the frequency really. We're doing 1 kilohertz, so 500 kilohertz steps. Yeah, it's going 500 kilohertz steps. No, 500 hertz steps, sorry. Not kilohertz. So it's going 500, then up to 1. So these very slightly could do with being wider. Let's go up a pixel. Up a pixel.
Yeah, okay, Alan.
No.
I'm in Chorley, Lancashire. and I'm actually on the Leeds Liverpool Canal.
Yeah.
I'm about possibly a mile away from Chorley Town Centre. That's the location this side Alan, over.
Right, so 500 kilohertz, 4 width. So it should hopefully fill the area with no gaps, sort of thing. Maybe.
I do have a 4-star radio in the room at the moment.
Okay, so let's try 5.
Yeah, 7-3, Alan. Thanks for the contact. So we'll hope to catch you again sometime when we're a little bit better, a little bit higher elevation. All the best, my friend. Catch you later. 7-3, G7UIV clear.
Okay, let's try 6.
M0 FXB station on box DMR. Come back, M0 FXB.
It's getting more usable because when I want to go on holiday, I need to be able to find some frequencies.
Yeah, Roger. Yeah, I heard that you're coming in.
It's okay. So the last one we need to get rid of. Actually, the first one is always wrong, isn't it? The first one is actually just not even really there.
Yeah, I saw your videos on YouTube. It's quite easy to check out once you go to remember the DMR password or that.
Sounds like there's something there though.
I think it's a program that's a lot better than the Insta.
So I think what we'll do, we'll shift them down. We'll leave that for a minute. So let's go to the next one. Yeah, so we'll shift them down. Right, let's get to the next span. We're going up or down. Let's go up. That's not too bad the way it is. We need to make it thinner though. We need to make that one thinner just to see if there's a gap. We're trying it. And if you're good at maths, you could work all this out. But yeah, we'll let the computer do it for us. So let's change the span to 100. Right, so it was okay where it is. Okay, so that was okay on 3. So maybe this one needs to be 2 then.
Yeah, sorry. I lost the link.
What time we got now? Right, I think we'll knock it on the head in a bit. How long have we been going? 3 hours 55. Yeah, we'll probably knock it down the head for a bit. Maybe something later on. It's not too bad.
Yeah, I'm a bit like that. It's pretty much how my brain works. I actually try and slow myself down where I'm sitting. Have you seen that new peanut?
Okay. Right. I need to go minus tonight. What are we on at the minute? 200. So let's go 1. I just want to see it split up. Got to go 1 up from it being split. Otherwise they just start overlapping. Alright. Oh, that's funky. That's funky. I need to stop it doing it twice when it's already running. So that needs to be on 2. And obviously this needs to be on 1. So we'll try the 500k next. And that's going to be, actually needs to be less than 1. can set it as a double. You can go to point something. Let the rendering engine sort itself out. So we're on 500k now. So it's doing a meg scan, 1 meg. It's looking alright, isn't it? It's going alright, it's doing it, it's getting there. It's a struggle, but we're getting there. We're getting at something usable. And the old finger indents going around like a rocket. Right. Okay, so we're on 500k. Let's go at 0.5. See what goes on. I like it when it turns out. It's good when it turns out. Yeah, it's nothing compared to a modern day waterfall and some of the other ways of doing it, but we're trying to use what the rig has got already. We're just using what's without buying any extra hardware or anything. Right, so that needs to be probably. Oh, it does actually get one there. So let's say it's 0.7, 0.8. Right, and this one we're going to just do some guessing now. 0.4, and the 50k, which is, oh, that's the default, so that will be the same as 6. That's just if it doesn't find anything. Okay, so we've got to go up the other way now. So we've got the 50k is 6. So 2, 3, 6. It seems to be going sort of like that. So this one will need to be wider. I don't know. Let's just say 12. Let's say 12. Oh, we should be able to work it out really. 50k. 6, so we're doing 20k less, so it's probably, it needs to be 14, and then this one would be 10k, say 28, 5k would be half again, 40, 56. Oh, we still even got another one. Bloody hell, 2k. I don't know. 56, 118. But I don't know, 130. Let's try that. Oh, we got another one. Shit, man. These are ridiculous.
5 minutes to a garden centre with the wife for a coffee. It makes a change to get out of the home. Using it.
It's almost just going to show a big block, isn't it? So 276 width. That's crazy. So we might, as we get lower, we might have to increase the step. So that makes sense for the next stage. So we've got that one there. Then we change the span to 20k. They're wider, there's a bit of a gap. 10k. So we need to lose the last one and get rid of the first one. So we've got something going crazy here, really. what we on? 1 hertz, 1k. So 1k we get 2 segments, so that we need to stop it doing that at some point. Let's go up the other way. And I've got a few missed, that must be missed packets there. When we get a miss, we must get a missed packet. So what we could do is if we get a missed packet, just make it equal the one before it. Bit of a cheat. Don't know, I'll have to analyse the data there, see why we're getting nothing. You should never get nothing back. Maybe it's missed the packet. Right, so that we do need to set a level. So if we're setting the level, we ideally want to see bring up what happens with the level. We actually, let me just go around myself what happens with the level. Let's find someone. So are actually active stations getting higher? Yeah. Okay, so the level needs to change. The level needs to make them taller. Yeah. So it blots out, but it needs to cut them off. Rather than go over to the graphics behind it, it needs to cut them off. So the level needs to be done. So it's never ending, this job. It's 4 hours in. Anyway, I think we've got a bit of progress there, so yeah. Oh, I'd like to get that thing back again. Get this stop going over by 1. Yeah, let's remove it back by 1. So 1 step. So we've got to go over to the sweep. Now it's moved it, look, it was there, it's gone over here now. Why has it done that? Did I ask it to do that? If I want you to move, I will move you. Don't do it automatic. You're trying to send me nuts. Right, so we're in here. So we're going to start off now, but the problem is we're starting off, we're reading the frequency and we need to change it back a step because we're lagging in some way. Let's just check the code. So the frequency is the start frequency. Right, so we need to, whatever the start frequency, we need to come back a step back. So we get the start frequency. Hang on, safeguard against division by 0. Right, don't know what that is. But I'll be careful about that. Pixel step. Calculate the pixel step using explicit double casting. C# decimal. Right, total canvas width. It didn't oh, that was the needle. I think that was for the needle. So we're setting the plus the step frequency plus the step. So we need to, the first one needs to be starting at start frequency needs to be minus the step. Okay, so we get our start frequency based off here. Maybe that'll do it, or maybe it is the right frequency. So we want the frequency to be the right frequency to scan, so that's right. We can't alter it there, but what we can do is position it. We're getting them all back, it's just they're slightly offset. So the set left needs to be, we're doing minus the current position. That's for the rectangle. So we're doing that current position minus 14. So what was the idea of that though? The height needs to be dynamic based on the level. Yeah, so we need to alter that based on the level. So that's going to be times by the level. Could be times 1, which is the same, and times 2. Yeah, we could easily do that. Adjust the level. That'll be interesting. So we're adding the thing, and then we're setting the left of the. So we need to. It has actually got one, but it's the wrong reading. We need to ignore the first reading. So how about if we read the start frequency, ask it for the frequency. If we ask for the frequency, do we need to read the meter at that point? No, maybe we just need to ask for the frequency. Okay, so we'll clear the band scope. We'll ask for the frequency here. Ask for the start frequency. Maybe we need to read the meter as well. To remove the extra, dunno, to align the reads as they were all to the right by the step amount. Okay, so we go start frequency minus the step. So start frequency minus the step. Okay, I'll do that. So is that enough to get rid of the glitch? We don't know. Let's try it. Glitch, is it a glitch or is it just a misalignment of reads? We'll still soon find out. No, it's still doing it. Okay, let's go smaller scan. Okay, so not quite sure what is happening. So the start frequency, it's like the first read is no good. So that didn't make no difference. What about the, let's do a read. We'll read the panel meter in case that needs to be done as well. We'll read the meter just in case it's bringing up the wrong setting, reading, whatever. or lagging behind by an amount. Not quite sure where the problem is. Once we identify it, we could probably just get rid of all that and fix the actual problem. So it's still doing it. That made no difference whatsoever. So that's not the answer. So get rid of that. So what we need to do is just minus the start frequency. The first, I don't know, something going on weird. It's shifting the whole thing across. So the first read needs to be right. So we're not doing anything with the threshold. We're putting a. So if it's the first read, we need to not do anything. Yeah. Okay. So if frequency equals start frequency, we don't do anything. So we don't create a rectangle, get the S meter reading, current reading, right, so we don't do this. If what's going on? Start frequency, if frequency is equal to start frequency, we don't do anything. So if not, if it's not equal to the start frequency, then we do this.
It's 10:45 a.m.
So we don't draw one. Current pixel. Right, I think that's okay. Let's try that. So if it's the start one, then we don't do nothing on the rectangle. We don't print a rectangle out or display one. We'd ignore the first read. Let's have a look. It's done it, but it needs to now shift it. So we need to almost there. So we're ignoring the first one, but we're actually increasing the something. This pixel step is happening. Now is that current canvas position? Yeah. So what we need to do is probably do that down here, just here. Stop if we run out of canvas space. Right, let's have a look at that, see if that will sort out this little problem. Who knows? Yay. But that's now it's not going to the end. So the rectangles are good, but that's now staying there. Right, let's go over to here. Actually, that should just go to the start anyway. But nice if it went to the end. So what are we doing here? So it's going back to the start. So where's the bit that moves the cursor? It's not anywhere. It's got to be, hasn't it? So I don't actually see the bit that's moving the cursor. So we're creating a rectangle. No, oh, set left. Oh, we're just setting left. Yeah. So what we need to do is, we're setting left there. That's moving the cursor. So current position, and we're telling it we're doing plus 14 there. Maybe oh, that's minus 14. God, this is a nightmare, isn't it? Plus the pixel step. Right, so maybe we need to do plus pixel step, but it'll start off in the wrong position, won't it, surely? Right, let's just see. I think this won't work, but we'll give it a go. Right, that seemed to work. I don't know why. Ah, it seemed to start. Didn't go to the start, did it? Look. Didn't start from the start. Okay. So what we need to do, current position plus the pink, we need to make current canvas position. It's getting to the end now, but we need to add that. So as it goes through to the last one, so we've got minus 14 there, set left, and that seems to work and stop it in the right position. So we've got the pixel current position. Stop if we physically run out of canvas space. Move the canvas position by dynamically scaling pixel step. So if current position is less than, yeah, so it won't do the last one, will it? Right, maybe it needs to be less than or equal to. Let's give that a try. Alright, my eyes are going blotchy now. Right. So they're lined up. You start at the start. It's not quite getting to the end. Right, okay. So that didn't seem to make any difference. Else break, stop. Right, so that's breaking. Is that a real good way of doing it? Ooh, I never put the brake in. That's the AI. Let's do nothing. Let's see what happens. Maybe that's the whole problem all along. Or maybe it's nothing to do with it. So stopping there. Right, so that didn't seem to make much difference. So we get to the end bit, frequency is not equal to the start frequency. And so we need to, I'll tell you what we're not doing. We're not moving the thing. That's what we need to do. We need to do that at the end. So it's doing it there at the top. Maybe that's the reason. Now we need it there for the cursor to start. But when we get to the last bit, what about if we just do an if? Do an if frequency is equal to end frequency, then just do another one of these. Do that maybe, just to move the thing to where it's supposed to be when it finishes, as the loop won't carry on once it's that like that. That didn't make much difference, so I'll just leave that one back in. Let's have another go. And have we cured it? Can we go and have some breakfast? Can we stop this now? Who knows? Ah, it's gone off. It's gone off. So the bars are nice, and it starts at the start. It's just going off, so that pixel step. So we just need to do that last bit of a step on it. That should sort it out. Right, okay. I'm glad I could go and get some breakfast. Oh, beauty. Pixel step needs to be slightly different on the 20k, slightly wider. So the 20k needs to be slightly wider, let's say 4.2. We don't want to see gaps, we just want to see a nice smooth transition. Oh, we're getting somewhere now. So we've got to introduce the sprite into it at some point. Still got gaps. Yeah, still got some gaps. So let's just say, let's say 4.5. Can't really draw half a pixel, so but it's up to the UI how it does that. Maybe we just make them overlap slightly. Maybe that's the answer. Maybe it isn't. Right. We've got to introduce the level off here as well. We're on level, so when we increase the level or decrease it, then this has got to go up and down. Or, yeah. Right. Okay. So all this is great for the center one. So our center screen is about right. Right, let's just try bigger one. And is it spinning the right way? I noticed it jumped back then when I started. Let's try it again. That seemed to jump back. try again. Yeah. Well, we've got 2. So once we started, we've got to make sure we can't start it again. I've clicked it twice. Start down, a bit further down here. About there'll do. Right, so it does it around the centre frequency. So we missed a few things there. Right, get back over to the 100. Oh, it wasn't that one, was it? It was the 20k, I think. Almost. So let's just make that 15 then. Trial and error. And should be able to make the whole thing here. If we put it in a view port, it should be able to make it full screen, and still everything else will line up. Should be able to.
This repeat is on Bravo 3 Bravo 9, located in Raleigh region. For access, please use a 67 code. It's 11 AM.
So what, let's try and find someone. So we need to introduce the sprite back in now. Yeah, we could do with that sprite back in. And when that gets to the end, it almost needs to disappear. That's just an indicator for me, really. It's a diagnostics, but I could turn it off. Right. So what do I need to do now? Get the waterfall back in. Now we've got that working. So the waterfall, where did we see it? I have no idea where I saw it now. It's not part of the waterfall, is it? No, it's not part of that. It's not part of that. It's part of the thing that draws the simulated waterfall thing, yeah. Somewhere. Where is it? Where is it? We could have searched for ages trying to find this. Do the scroll bar. I've no idea where I saw it again now. It's only going to be... Right, so there's your fade out border. Animation. Update the current frequency from the cursor. Check span lengths. Oh, it's actually done from the cat command. Yeah, I remember now. It's done from the cat command. Handle incoming data, I think. No, it's the outgoing one. Outgoing loop, there it is. No, it ain't. No, it isn't. No. So it must be in the incoming one. Handle the incoming. Alright, let's do, it's this function up here. Right, here we go. We're homing in on it now. There it is. There's a sprite I took out. So let's put it back in and see what bearing it has on anything. It's gonna be going wrong, but we'll try it. It's gonna be trying to go through the whole thing when we're told it we only want the history. Right, that's going all the way down because we've offset it now. So it's reading the current RF. Yeah, it shouldn't be going down like that. So we need to get it to show the current one as a bar on the top, and then this needs to topple over this length. So here it shows a bar, then it rotates it and adds it to this canvas. We've got a separate canvas, and rotates it and adds it in. So it's sort of adding it in now as it is. Okay, so we could leave that as it is but make it smaller. It's starting at the right point, but it's not ending. So this is the bit here. So we're getting the sprite, generate the sprite. So where, right, what's this? The center and the width multiplier. So we have got a multiplier on that sprite, so that's currently doing width. That needs to change to the step, sort of. Yeah, maybe that could follow the step. So the sprite, I think I must have put this, the height of it in stone. Max height, there we go. So I'm not sure. Let's go, I don't know. Right, so I don't know, let's say 50. 54, we'll have to do trial and error. Although that can be stretched, so that needs to be follow the actual height of the canvas. Yeah, so that needs to be the height of the canvas. Yeah, okay. So we need to make the max height the height of the main window. Done it again. The main window dot. I don't think it, no, it can't do it, can it there? We haven't passed in main window. Hang on then, let's put it back to what it was. Max height needs to be equals main window dot. Don't know the name of it no more. We've got different canvases. Got to find the pop-up. That's not the one. Somewhere here is a canvas. Here is the band scope canvas, the waterfall canvas, height. So when we expand that, when we can go up and down, there is an expand button down there, because we might want to cut off some of the stuff. Don't know, make it full, I don't know. But anyway, if we keep it tracked with that height, we will automatically yeah, automatically height, there we go. So max height must be a variable, to constant. Okay, don't make it a constant then. Right, now could use actual height or height, so we'll go with height for now. Right, so that should set the height. Let's just see what happens. Even though we set it to 54, it's going to be overwritten with this. Okay, so it's going all the way. It's too quick to see. But it shouldn't be wiping it out, it should be overwriting it. Is it possible to overwrite it with a new one? Not really. You clear all the children. That's quite a fast thing, isn't it? So what we need now is a bar coming up. Let's just turn that. Now the width has got to change. So many things got to change. Let's just make the bar go upwards on the top bit for the sprite. So we'll create another sprite. So we're going to have to create another sprite. But instead of being widthways, it needs to go up. So we've got generate sprite. So we need another one to generate the. Let's generate a polygon. Create a waterfall area. Clear the waterfall area. Right, so we need another generate the sprite. So this is currently the generate the history sprite. Generate the history sprite. Okay, so we're generating the history sprite. Now we need to copy all this again. We need to put this in the new sprite. So this is going to generate the current frequency. Current frequency sprite, call it that. So this one is going to have to be a signal. The polygon is the multiplier, right, actual width. So set, we need to create a polygon. Right, have we told it? Oh, generate polygon. Line segment. So where's this generate polygon? Here it is. What kind of polygon's that? That's going to be a width, and so we need another one. So we need to call this history. Generate a history polygon. So that one's a history sprite, so a history polygon. And then we need one for generate a. What was the other one? Oh, I named it yet. current frequency polygon. Generate a history polygon. Generate a current frequency polygon. Right, so it's Dodger blue. Keep all that. The opacity.
This is MB7IUG.
So the points go left top. So 0.0. Line height. Line height now. Line height's going to be different. So we want to go. Actually, we need to do. Where has it gone? Current frequency. We want max height. Go back down. There it is. So we want to go from 0.0 to 0. Then we want to go. The width will be whatever we set the width to. Current something or other. And the height will be 0. And the current width to the line height. So going top left to, well, we go whichever way you want to go. So calculate the width. Calculated width. Right, so the width is no longer calculated. So it needs to be calculated. Yes, calculated height. We're going the other way around on this one. So let's change it. Calculated height is the signal strength times the width. Yeah, it's still the right thing. Yeah, so just had to put it in the right place. These are in the wrong place. We'll put them back in here. Right, so we're going dot dot, but didn't we say we're centering them and we need to be on frequency? So I think that's done elsewhere in the set left. So if we go, if we just go 0 dot comma line height, and then go line height. Do we need line height? No, we need the height. So we're calculating the height, so we don't need line height anymore. So we need something like a variable there. I don't know, 3. We need 3 there. So at the minute it's 3 pixels wide. Right, so we're generating that one. It's not going to work. So 0, 0, then 0 to height. So up to the height. Then 3 pixels left. And to the height. And then down, stay where you are left, and then go down, back 3 pixels. Yeah, that should work. Right, so the 3 pixels will be based on, the width will have to be based on the current setting. We'll sort that out in a bit there. So it follows the span. So we've got that current frequency, so we've got the bit here that generates the polygon. If Y position is greater than or equal to max height, max height, so right, okay, clear the waterfall, fair play. Line segment, generate a current signal. So okay. Actual width, position the segment on the main canvas. We position X so the center of the line aligns with. No, we don't need to do that anymore. Oh, center of the polygon, probably. Actual width. Okay, so that could still work out. That could still work out. So the line segment. So the left is set X minus the actual width divided by 2. Set top. So that could actually work. Y position is plus, move down for the next signal sweep. No, we don't want to do that. We want to always put it in the same place. Because before we were drawing them line by line. Now it's just replacing the one that's there. Much easier. Yeah, much easier to do the one that's there. But it won't be showing the spectrum width, so we probably... Yeah, don't know. We're going to have to work on that one. So, move down the next signal sweep. Probably don't need that. Plus equals line swipe. So, and it's using that to, well, we'll put it on for now, see what happens. We'll probably see it moving down like that. The bar just moving down instead of staying. Right, so yeah. Okay, so we probably just don't need that at all. So are we using YPOS? We're using YPOS. That probably just needs to be 0. And it probably needs to be set bottom. Yeah, set bottom. And line segment. So it needs to be the height, max height. That's all we need to do. So we don't need this one. We don't need that one. If map clear, if we're with YPOS, so we're not tracking to clear it. We're going to clear it every time. Every time we generate it, we're going to clear it. So, but it's not the waterfall area. So, clear the waterfall area. Where's this? Down the bottom? Yeah. So, it clears only the polygon, so the canvas. So we need to move in the canvas. Okay. So it thinks canvas is the one that was passed into the function. Where is canvas? Ah, canvas is passed in from the outset. So we're going to need a new canvas. Yeah, so we're going to need right, another canvas. Unless we pass it into the function. So this is the waterfall canvas. No, the history canvas. So history canvas. That's not strictly true there, but We'll play some more and sort them out. Right, clear the canvas. Canvas. That should do it. Right, so we reuse that one. That should do it. Okay. We need to pass in this one. What do we call it? Current frequency. Current frequency canvas. Okay, so that could change. Okay, so just need to change some of this stuff. Everything else is good. So I just need to put that there and pass in that canvas into that one, and that one into that one. Okay, so we've got the right canvases. This will no longer be any good because there's an argument missing. Here it is. So we've got the waterfall canvas, and then we've got the it seems to know what I want. Sort of. What did I call the other one? Band scope canvas. Okay. Got different terminology. Waterfall, yeah, so I ought to change them. No, that's no longer it. I've lost it. We seem to have lost the information. Right, there's the band scope. Find all references to get back to this. Oh, we're in Sprite, that's it, Sprite, there we go. Right, so we're in Sprite and we've passed the value in. We're okay to work with the value. The current frequency canvas is fine. So it's sort of got that going on. It's all going to be a bit weird. It's going to start. Will it drift? I don't know if it'll drift or not. Right, getting lost in translation now. Right, we need to go to the cat control where we generate the sprite. So the sprite width is exactly the same, but we will need to do another one of these. We need to do another one, which is the current history sprite. That needs to be band scope SWAT stripe. band scope canvas. That needs to be, so we need to change that. So we've got the band scope canvas.
This is MB7IUG.
Otherwise we're going to get confused when we do diagnostics. Everything else is okay. Yeah, everything else is okay. Right. So we're passing it in. We've passed it in. We're back on the cat command. So we've passed it in there. So we need to do the new name of the function. Oh, we haven't changed the name of the function. Current generate band scope sprite canvas sprite. There you go. That'll do. History sprite band scope sprite. There we go. Find all references. Where's the find? Find all references. We haven't got a reference to it, so we will put a reference to it there. Okay. So what's this 294? The center. Don't know why it's signal strength. Sprite width. Sprite width. Oh, that one. It's no longer the width, really. Oh well. And we've got the center 295. Oh, that must be the center of the screen. And the width multiplier. Right, it's now the height multiplier, so it doesn't really make sense anymore. So to make it make sense, we'll have to go back here. So the signal strength, and this needs to be the height multiplier. So generate a polygon. Height multiplier. Right. Okay. So why is that still showing weirdness? Signal strength, sprite width. Ah. It's just confusing because it's using this the width. So really that shouldn't be sprite width anymore. Signal strength. Signal strength. Just this is if you get the information right, you don't have to do readmes, and you can just read it and you know exactly what everything is without doing readmes. So that's the center of the screen, that's the level, so that's fine. So we'll just replace that. We've got another section down here doing the same thing. Not using it yet, but we'll put it in there. I don't think we're using it anywhere else. Right, so it's only this one that's doing anything. Right, is that enough? Let's try building it. So what will that do? It'll have a weird icon at the top. Let's try it, run it. Should give the signal strength in the middle. And let's put it there. See that? There's a glitch. Just putting it at the start, so it needs to move it over here. And if I alter it, that's weird, isn't it? So it's affecting the wrong icon. Should be changing the height, not the position. But it is following the start position. So I need to alter that, and it's in the wrong place as well. Alright, let's just give it a scan. The funny thing is, when you add it to a canvas, even though you give the canvas a width and a height, you can still see it past the canvas, which is strange. You'd think it cut it off, but it doesn't. Anyway, so we need to alter the way we're doing that. Generating the sprite, so we've got the actual width. It's no longer an actual width, it's a actual height. So we're setting the left divided by 2. Okay, so it's using the multiplier height. So the width is not set. Actual width of what? Signal strength times the height multiplier times 2. Actual height, that needs to be. Actual height, just to make it clear what we're talking about. So we're setting the bottom line, set left line segment. Where's line segment? Generate the current frequency polygon. Okay. So we're setting left the line segment. And we're setting it center minus X center. Where's it getting that from? Oh, it just needs to be X center. Oh, minus the actual height divided by 2. So all that is good.
Okay, that would be very cool. Thank you.
No, it needs to be the width. Sorry, it needs to be the width.
Your radio's working fine. Zero X-ray Oscar Charlie. Your audio sounds fine to me.
Yeah, because we're setting the height, so that there's something wrong here.
That's absolutely
Set
perfect.
the bottom.
Thank you, guys. It suffered a bit of an impact injury a couple of days ago.
Line
and
segment.
had some mechanical derangement, or as SpaceX calls it, an unscheduled disassembly. Thanks very much. Standing by.
This stream's carrying on going by the looks of it, until I get this little bit done.
X-ray Oscar Charlie. I didn't catch your call, son.
Tea's whale cold, 5 hours cold tea.
Dropped and you've managed to fix it.
Oh well.
Yeah, that's correct, over. The call is Mike 7 Oscar November
Right,
Hotel.
so the height,
Martin,
no, we
Mike
don't
Alpha
want to
Romeo
alter the
Tango
height,
Yankee
so let's
November.
reverse that.
Yeah, the keyboard became, it's a tiny little keyboard and it obviously became displaced.
Right, so
digit 3, digit 6
I've
stopped
changed the
working,
way
over.
we're calculating it. So we're gonna do, we want to see where we're going to position it. So left is the line segment.
We're a bit further south than you, HI. We're located in
That's
Wigan.
the control we're setting left,
that's a Scottish
and it
call
needs to
sign.
be the X center, which is
Wherever it
295
managed to sort it out.
minus the actual width,
Unfortunately,
which is
we
the
are
signal
acting
strength. No, it's no longer that.
mishaps.
No, it's not that anymore.
I don't know sort of how far it fell, but
So the signal strength is nothing to do with the width anymore.
yeah,
Yeah, it's only a little cheap retriever. Well, I say cheap, it wasn't cheap when I bought it, but they are cheap now. Little retrievers, RT something
Signal
B it is.
strength, so
And,
there
I've had
is
it
a
for many years,
that needs to be
and,
used on the width.
So you get a rate attached to a radio, would that be true? Anyway, I'm certainly quite attached to the
But
thing.
we're passing
and,
the signal strength into
quite
there,
upset
that's
when I dropped
fine.
it. I dropped it literally out of my pocket
So the
and hit a concrete
maximum
floor,
width,
and it made this sort of
so the
dull
actual
thud, and I
width,
thought, oh dear, that's the end of that. But no, it's still alive, and it's been repaired before, so the battery clip that holds the battery in place, that broke many years ago, and I managed to make a new one out of a small piece of metal.
Nothing to do with that. So
file,
set to the
so
left.
It's been
We want the line segment
with before, as they say. Yeah, location here, northwest coast of Scotland,
width.
Loch Harbour, just to the northeast of Fort William. Over.
So set left, the line width,
okay, Martin, yes,
dot
have a bit of an
width.
idea where you were.
Does it have a width?
Scotland many times over the
I
years.
don't think it has a width.
Around Fort William, around that way. Yeah, bit of an idea.
Polygon
yeah,
has a
well,
width.
You know, it sounds like
Okay.
you're intent on,
No
on
idea.
keeping it, and I suppose it's got
Generate a polygon.
Yeah, I've only got one handheld.
So the width.
That's on a tape with me, and
Has it got a width?
unfortunately, it weren't cheap. You know, it was probably
I'll be
a lot
interested
more
to
than what
see
you
if it's
paid
got a
for
width
that
at
one,
all.
Martin. It's not new anymore. I've had it about 10
Calculate
years. But,
width
about 10
equals
years
signal
ago, they were
strength.
about 500, you know, which is
That's really
quite
the
a
height
chunk.
times the multiplier, so that'll be height. Oh, that's the history polygon. We don't want to touch that one. It's this one here. Height equals signal strength, so we've already done that one, that's fine. And apparently it has a height already. So it's got a height. So the line segment width divided by 2. Yeah, that might work. And the bottom is
the story as
max
well on
height.
this little thing is that I used to help out at what the local ski area here as one of the volunteer ski
Set the
patrollers,
bottom to
and they had a various collection of ghastly radios that had been flung around
max
by
height.
their air antennae and generally abused and bits
So the
missing and
actual
all the rest of it.
width
So
that we're
I just
using
had
it.
enough one day of turning up as a
Actual
volunteer and
height.
finding the worst radio in the world with the flat battery had been left for me. So I just went out and bought
Create
this
a
little
polygon.
VHF dual channel thing.
Ah.
This is before I even started radio
Signal
amateur,
strength.
and
So
I
that's
just
done
programmed it
there.
up with the Nevis
So
range
don't
local
need
frequencies and used it
equals
for several years.
signal
and
strength
it sort of
times
survived
the
many
height.
a fall and a crunch and being tucked
Multiplier.
up inside the jacket and getting soaking wet and generally having a very hard life, and therefore I give it a better
So
chance to go if I
there's the
can.
height
But it
multiplier.
has over the years, it served me very, very well,
Generate
and still serves me today playing radio
width
amateur.
multiplier.
I got my ticket about 2-3 years ago, so still has a life with me. Other things as well, but other sort of radio stuff going on. But
So that's
there
the
we go.
width, that's the
I'm gonna
height
got a bit of a
multiplier.
mission there outside. I've got to go and empty my van out.
So we're going to generate
Camping the last couple
with
of
the
days, well,
width
last 4 or 5
multiplier.
days, so I'm just going to go and empty the
We're
van out.
sending in the height
Start to dry
multiplier.
everything out, although we were lucky we had good weather, so make this one
So
fine.
that's to be the
Thanks for coming back to me. Nice to have a chat with you in Wigan.
height
Cheers, man.
multiplier.
Apologies, Martin. I know initially you
Okay, so that's the height multiplier done.
but yeah, it certainly works anyway. Very best 73. Take care.
Calculated height, yeah, that's good. Then we want we don't need actual width then.
Rather tough.
So we're going off that
Talk to you again
width.
later. Bye now.
So I don't think we need that now.
Now, I don't know whether you know, Martin, and I don't know whether it's related to your radio being dropped, but you did break
build
up
it
on
now,
that
look.
last transmission.
Yeah, probably down to the internet, actually, more than the radio. But thanks for the information anyway. I'll keep an eye on it.
There's still something wrong with the drawing of the...
Yes, M3, Martin.
Yeah, it's over there now, look at that. So what happens if I turn this down?
G7UIV
Oh, it is getting smaller and bigger.
Good afternoon. No, well, go on, we'll say good afternoon. We're not far off, are we?
So it's in the wrong place. And it's not a square. I quite like it like that, but it's, yeah, it's pointed. So set left, X center minus the line segment width. Yeah, so the line segment width is no good.
Sounds like you've fettled it, as they say. Yeah. I mean, obviously, you know, if I couldn't see, I wouldn't be answering.
Right, so the width,
it looks like you've got it
we need to know the width of it's going to draw it at, which is the signal strength. No, that's the height. Right, so we've got the height, we haven't got the width. So the width is set in stone.
And then I thought,
Well, it needs to be set from...
and I finally just cracked it this morning, so I'm well happy with it now. So I can use any
needs to be set from... Oh, I'm going to turn you off, you're starting to distract me. Right. So, the height is the signal strength times the multiplier, and now the width is, we just set it as 3. But the width needs to be the step. I'll settle for 3 at the minute. So we're going 0, 0. And we're going from 0 left to the height. To the height. We're starting at 0, 0, then we're going to the height. So we're going up instead of down. We're drawing it up instead of down, which is right, but then we need to offset the whole thing. So we're going dot dot, then from left to the height from 0, so it's going up. Starts from left and it goes up. Then we're going across 3, and then we're staying there at the height. Then we're coming we need to go to 0, so we've got these around the wrong way by the looks of it. Yeah, so we go up, we start there, we go left and up, then we go right by 3 and stay there, then we go from right by 3 then stay there, then we've got to go right by 3 then down. So I don't quite know what's going on here. Haven't we got enough points? As you used to have enough points, so we go 0, 0, 0. That's the height. So we, yeah, sorry, I'm doing it wrong. So we start at 0, 0, then we go up to the height. Then we go across 3 at the height. Then we come down to 0. So those are the wrong way round. Those are the wrong way around. So let's just try it. It'll still be in the wrong place at the top left, but we can sort that if it's the right height. Yeah, so it's a square now, it's an oblong, so you don't no longer got a point. It does go up and down. So what we need to do now is move it to where it's got to be. Alright, let's move it to where it's got to be. Oh dear. So was that right? That was actually right going that way, wasn't it? Right, so we need to do tell it generate the sprite. So we're setting the left of the line segment, to the center, which is already passed in as X center of the screen. Yeah. Now line segment width divided by 2. That should have worked. Oh, it doesn't know what a width is though. So it's probably failing when it's doing that. So we know what the width is. It's 3. Let's just put 3 in there for a minute. Right. And then we're setting the height. Setting the bottom to the max height. And perhaps we should be setting that to 0. Okay, let's try that. Hopefully that should be in the middle at the right height underneath the red cursor. Right. Okay, so we're too high. It's sort of there, but not quite right. So we're not getting the right scale because we're not using the scale. Using the wrong scale for the height. Yeah, we need to use that new scale that we've created. So the signal strength we're passing in over on the cat control. So convert to, we need that new signal strength, and then we're doing that over on the sweep. So we're using, get the integer for the band scope, we need that one. We need that one instead of, which one, where have we gone? Well, we're passing in that. I suppose we could just use this thing, do it here. Right, so it doesn't know where it is. No. Station ski. No. Waterfall. Can't find it. Here it is. So main window. That's all it is. Convert to double. Do we need to convert it to a double? Don't know. No, we shouldn't have to. So we'll put it in there. What does this want? Does it want a double? No, it wants a byte, so we don't have to convert it to a double. And we need to close that off. Get rid of this one. Right. It needs to have I think it's main window. No. Right, where do we find that? Cat control. No. Waterfall sweep. So it is main window. Okay. So main window, we got that. We just need to do, we're doing it twice. More strength. Okay, that's a weird one. Oh, we don't need that extra one there, do we? What's it saying? Cannot convert int to byte. So that's coming back with an int, and it wants a byte. Convert to byte. Okay. So there's our polygon line. Okay, would that do the trick? Maybe. Maybe. Right, so what have we got? No, that's not working. Oh, somehow failing. Right, I think it's the conversion factor on it. The conversion factor, height multiplier. So we're setting the height multiplier. Set left. It's not quite right. 3 divided by 2 minus, you can't divide 1.5. Right, so can make the polygon width multiplier, signal strength times the width multiplier. So calculated width, let's just see. Let's just set that to a known height. Just for a minute. Width, calculated width. I'm on the wrong one. Don't modify the wrong one, Dave. Height multiplier. So calculate, we're going to set it temporarily to the height equals the height of band scope height, just to see if it maxes out, if I'm creating it in the right idea. Okay, I just want to see if I'm filling out the thing or whether it's multiplying it in a weird way. Almost done, almost done. 5 hours 25. Surely we've got to be done in a minute. Okay, that's maxed out there. If I alter this, nothing's going to happen. It's not quite lining up. So that is the right height, but the height multiplier needs to be gone. Yeah, we need to set the height multiplier to something else. Times 1. Will that do it? Don't know. Let's try it. It's time to stop in a minute. I don't have anything. Oh, it's right down the bottom. That is as weird as hell, isn't it? So by changing the height multiplier to 1, 2 was bigger. Don't know. Go to that definition. Height multiplier. Signal strength with height multiplier is used there to create the polygon. Create the polygon, height multiplier, so the signal strength, calculated height equals the signal strength times the height multiplier. And the calculated height is the signal strength times the height multiplier. Okay. Well, that's never going to change. The height's never going to change. So we could give it the signal star. So the height could only get as maximum, yeah, times the height multiplier. So the signal strength, what is the signal strength? It's like 3 pixels times the height multiplier. But the height is, don't know. So we're making the polygon height vary, but if it's you need to translate it, don't we? We're already translating it. Yeah, we're already doing it once, so yeah. So we've already done this once on the waterfall sweep. So what are we doing here? Height. We've got creating a rectangle instead of a polygon. A height is the height. The height is a double. Current meter reading. Current meter reading. So why can't we use that again? Why can't we use that again? Hang on. Surely we could use that again. So we're passing it in there, setting it to 1. Current meter reading. So right, we're doing it there. Oh, convert to a percentage. So it's doing the history. So we need to convert to a percentage. Are we doing it a different way? Hang on. Where's it gone? Meter integer 4. So right, we're doing something else. We're using another tool, and it's using the raw meter reading. So what we don't want to do then is send that one. Yeah, we don't need that. Convert to a percent. Current meter reading. So what we want is, on this one, we just want the current meter reading. It's expecting a byte. Is that a byte? That's an int. Maybe we can just send that straight in. Convert to byte. Right, send that in like that, and maybe that'll work. Who knows? Sometimes we want it in a certain way, sometimes we don't want it. Okay, so that's go fully up, almost fully up. Yeah, so it doesn't actually go fully up, so that's fine. So that's working. It is actually working. It's a bit low, but it's working. It's not showing a scale like that is. But it does go up to so what we need is to find someone. Let's find someone on the band. Where's everyone? Going for lunch, probably. Dear me. We can't find anyone. Let's try and find someone on another band. Okay, what about 28? Or on FM, SSB. Where do we want to go? 28. Let's go to 28. Something. You'll have to be able to type in the frequency. You'll have a keypad to say twisting this dial round. Right, okay, that'll do. Here we go. totally dead. I need a level control, making the height multiplier work. This aerial's better on 40 meters, 20 meters. Well, it looks like totally dead, the band. What about... Well, so it's sort of there, but there's nothing to listen to. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll generate some power if I switch over to my radio, FT710. But if I find somewhere to talk on, let's go halfway in the band. There's a hell of a noise on here. I should be able to, you might hear a squeal. So if I turn the volume down. Alright. Oh, I need to be on the right frequency. Let's find 250. 250, 500. Okay. 250, so you might hear a squeal now. Yeah, so I turn the volume down. Oh, let's just make sure I'm on at 5 watts. Yeah, I'm on 5 watts. G7UIV test only. Yeah, so we've got a bit there. Just having a look under G7UIV test only. Testing 1 2. So I can't see the blue underneath the red. So what do we do about that? There's a hell of a row on these channels. Somebody's transmitting on 500 kilohertz hertz below. So we've got the frequency set. It seems to be set right, but we could set the widths wider for now. So we're on 3. Let's make it. It's not quite set. Let's make it wider so we can see it. Let's say 6. 6. And we need to alter the position of it. So 6 divided by 2. So it's 6. The center is slightly offset. Don't know why. Let's try that. Oh, hello, Don. Let's just welcome Don. Welcome. We welcome every new person. Welcome to the live stream. Don N5SKT. Hearing things on 6 meter FT8. Ah! Right. Gotcha. Yeah. Let's try some 6 meter then. I've not really used a lot of 6 meter. Let's try 6 meter. My aerial's not really tuned up for 6 meters. Right, let's just turn the antenna back. Let's have a scan, see what we can find, yeah. So it's that my aerial's no good for 6 meters. Oh, it's going, that's the waterfall. So let's say that this, I don't know what the span is here, but it's probably not a lot. Yeah, pretty much dead on 6 meters. Yeah, I need some more aerials. Yes, I need some more aerials. Yeah, the band is dead, unfortunately. So what? So we've pretty much got the thing working. Tell you what, let's go back to that one again. Just want to see if the width has changed and get it centered. Actually, it's changed the position of the wrong one, hasn't it? Let's turn that down. G7UIV test only. So the whole thing's moved back. Yeah, it's not set right in the first place. So we need to make that centered. And that is done by passing in the center frequency. So it isn't actually the center frequency anymore. Let's say 300 is. 300. What we should do, yeah, let's see with that. Probably never noticed before because we were doing that way instead of upright. Almost. Right, because we're on the wrong aerial now. Right, let me switch back. Let's just do a test only. Turn the volume down. G7UIV test only. Almost there. We're almost there. We've got to come back a little bit. For some reason. 299. Don't know why. Let's try it again. Yeah, we're getting there. So once we get all this stuff in place, then we've got to do some testing. That's better, isn't it? Was it slightly out still? Might be still slightly out. G7UIV test only. G7UIV test only. Golf 7 Uniform India Victor testing FT891S software. Test only G7UIV. I think that's close enough. Right, so we've got this sprite that goes across. Actually, I'll tell you what, I'll scan while I'm talking. Here we go. Here we go, ready. G7UIV, test only, test. And that's on upper side band. So if I was to, I can't override the upper, but if I go to, actually, I'd have to be careful what I'm doing here. I've only got one aerial plugged in. If I go to some arbitrary frequency, something like that, and do the same on the FT710 168,500. You should see I appear on the lower sideband. Oops, 500. That's a good thing about having two radios. Imagine trying to do this without two radios. 168,500, 168,500. I'm on the FT710. I'll do a sweep. Let's just give you a quick one. G7UIV test only. G7UIV test only. Can't actually see it there. The sweep was in the way. G7UIV test only. Test only. So I'm on lower sideband, so why is it showing it there, and it should be down here? Right, let's do an FM transmission. Right, switch to FM. It should be centered. Right, we're on FM now, so we'll do a sweep. G7UIV test only. Right, let's do a sweep. G7UIV test only, test only, test only. G7UIV test only, test, 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 test out, test out. Right, slightly offset. That's weird, isn't it? Probably the lag in picking it up. That'll be the lag in picking it up. Yeah. So it's offset to where the frequency is, because it has to send it out, then it has to wait. By the time it gets it back, it's a degree over. Anyway, I think we're okay to carry on and have some breakfast. Oh, that was actually on 6.7. Actually, I'm not on the right one here. The frequency for the FM has gone over. Let's take it back. It actually moved it over. So let's go back to lower sideband. Do that one last test again. So it's showing me the last one because it's not updating. It's only doing the one scan. So here we go again. Let's do it. Let me switch to an aerial before I blow my radio up. Right, so we've totally switched over to, don't know what we've done here, 168, 500. Right, 168, 500. Let's do a scan. G7UIV test only. You can't see it because that's in the way. Golf 7 Uniform India Victor test only, test only. So that is on lower sideband. I don't quite get that, but why is it showing that? But I am very close to the radio. G7UIV test only. Anyway, I think we've done enough for one day. We've got it working in a fashion. What I need is another button for something. I can't remember what it's for now. I need to set the level. Anyway, we've got the basis for things to come. Okay, so we'll close that down. What we'll do is we'll just run it up on its own. Right, there's the thing on its own. doing some stuff. Let's switch the aerial back. Switch the radios off, some of them. Okay. Let's scan this frequency here. Oh, what we should have done is just go over to some frequency with some radio, commercial radio transmission. That's what we should have done. There's nothing to say we've got to scan ambands when there's nothing on. So, can we find anything? Probably nothing on anywhere. So it needs to get rid of this after a while. After a while of scanning, it needs to clear it. Probably keep updating the scope while I'm idle. That's what I wanted, a switch. I need a switch here to say continuous scan. And as soon as you detects that you've moved or interacted, it turns the scan off. Holds it on until you've interacted with the radio. So if you do that, it stops, or you transmit, it stops. Right, that's fine. Can we find anything? Is there any commercial radio on anywhere? Don't know what we listen to here. I'm sure there isn't there some commercial radio down low. You know, shortwave stuff really low. How far does it go? It goes up to 70, doesn't it? Okay, let's just go up to 50. Don't know. I can't find anything. Oh well, I don't know what's going on. It's almost like the aerial's been severed. Got loads of noise. So I'll create one later on. I'll have some breakfast. I'll create a button here to turn off to make the sweep continuous. Like send on, sweep on. Actually, that's doing that bit, so why isn't it doing this bit? Oh, it is. It's doing that bit there, but it's not doing the sweep because we haven't told it to. Anyway, that is going to be it for today. So I'll catch you all later on. 73 all. Thanks for watching. Have a good day. I'll do something else now. Go and make some breakfast and I don't know what else. Okay, Bye for now. Thanks for watching. Ta-ra.
Just find the right place in the program, make the appropriate change, and we'll run the whole thing again.
Speech is still very complicated. Music is simpler.
Is that a question?
Yes.
The question is futile.
My interpretation of the data leaves little room for error. The art of leadership is delegation. That information is not available. This constitutes all available data.
You know what they say. No good deed goes unpunished.